military, McJerby? Are you volunteering to die? Because that's kind of what you're doing. Why not? Mezu Lyle. Let's read about you. Does not generally seek retribution for past wrongs, is incredibly brave in the face of looming danger, perhaps a bit foolhardily, takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, and has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and is often cheerful, and tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others. He is trusting and given to flights of fancy, and is moved by art and natural beauty, and he is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings, and he can handle stress. He has a greedy streak, and he tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. The ones that matter here are brave in the face of looming danger, can handle stress, and dreams of mastering a skill. Means that he will get a lot of happy thoughts about training in the military. So let's add you to the military. So let me find you. I probably already went past him. Knowing my luck. Values martial prowess is also good. Like, works to square this natural tendency with respective martial prowess is a good one. Let's throw Onib in there. Since you seem good as well. Also, generally, dwarves that have some combat skills in this screen are probably going to, at the very least, be okay in the military. It might not be a perfect fit. Come on, game. There you are. No relevant skills, but you got the right attitude. Whoopsies. He likes tin glazed black bronze and the words of the bronze rocks, and when possible prefers to consume. Let's see what weapons you go get. When possible prefers to consume gray langur and apple cider, and hates fire snakes. Got a shield. A steel shield. Is there a way to know if you hit that 3,000 limit? You haven't gotten migrants in about 10 years? There used to be, but I don't think that there is a way now, which kind of blows, and I'm not a huge fan of. Do I be strict about swords, chat, or do I let them use anything as long as it's steel? When will they patch that? You're asking me a question I cannot actually respond to, because I do not know. All I can tell you is that Putnam's aware of the issue. Tarn is aware of the issue. And Putnam said it seems like it'll be a relatively easy fix. And they haven't patched the game since then. Any steel? That's kind of what I'm thinking. Like, they can grab whatever they want as long as it's steel. Like, if you feel that using a well-crafted steel battle axe is the best way to go, go nuts. He's gonna go get a drink before he goes to combat training. Damn right. I just like swords. Axes are better if they are fully trained. He's crying. Maybe with happiness? Probably with happiness, actually. Euphoric due to inebriation? Definitely crying due to happiness. Literally started crying when he drank that alcohol. So no, swords aren't directly that much better. But, I just like them, mostly. Also, these dwarves that appear to be unarmed, I swear, are not actually unarmed. They just look unarmed. The only weapon I would describe as broken or overpowered would be whips. Frequently depressed, has an overinflated sense of self-worth. Dreams of creating. Okay, never mind. You're an artist. Of course you're depressed. I would know. Pump operator. Dreams of mastering a skill. Okay. Greatly moved by art and natural beauty. Optimist, somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself, tends to think before acting, is stubborn. Thinks he's important. Okay. I'll check your dwarf too, Jerby. I wonder if it's like the order that they entered the fort. It's starting to seem that way. All right, let's check Jerby. Where's Jerby at? Also, if anybody wants me to put their particular dwarf or take a look and see if they'd be good at the military, let me know. Finds helping others to be very emotionally rewarding. Can sometimes act without deliberation. Can sometimes act without deliberation. He's quite ambitious. He finds obligations confining. He's conflicted by this for more than one reason. He thinks something special now and again. He has a greedy streak. Tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others and likes to be things orderly. Dreams of crafting a masterwork. You wouldn't be that good, but you do value sacrifice. You don't value skills related to fighting, which is actually due to experiencing trauma in 247. So you actually experienced trauma in 247, which made you worse for the military. So unfortunately, I'm going to have to deny your application. Grunty. Let's check Grunty. There you are. Metal crafter. About to get slammed by an ad. Apologies in advance. You want to create a great work of art, but the stream was realized. Frequently depressed, moved by art and natural beauty. Is troubled by this, and she dislikes the natural world. Does not often feel lustful. Is generally finds her close self to be quite hopeful about the future. Is curious about the world. Somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently. Tends to, I'm starting to think that might be why this faction is at war with everybody. Is because they all are uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently. She tends to consider others what others think of her, and she doesn't handle stress well. Yeah, you would not be good in the military, Grunty. Spears do pierce armor. The one thing that swords are really bad against, actually, same with axes, is undead. Because they have a habit of just like... Undead have this annoying habit of becoming more when they die. Can dwarves see through glass walls and floors? No. In my headcanon, it's because the glass is super foggy and opaque. Crafting a masterwork... Happy Salt Dwarf. Happy Salt Dwarf dreams of mastering a skill. Deeply respects skill at arms. Doesn't see the point of working hard. Never acts without prolonged deliberation to the detriment of her and those around her. Brave and okay. Happy Salt Dwarf, you're getting added to the military. Undead hair attack. Hair can't be undead anymore, though. That was patched out. The inability to mangle hair now is no longer a concern. Another funny bug. Because hair is the only non-mangleable part of a body. And you have to mangle undead to make them not be able to come back. Which is kind of funny when you think about it. They can see through windows. They just can't see through walls and floors, yeah. You can't recall the, okay, yeah, sure, I can go through your dwarf. Just let me find Happy Salt Dwarf. I was just thinking, I'm like, why is there a gold toy boat in this stockpile? The kids probably just left them there. Let's find old Poppy. All right, let's read about your dwarf. Watch a cooking demonstration is what you're currently doing. Finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, and she is readily moved by curiosity. She finds humor in most situations, and she can handle stress. She tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals, and she tries to keep her things orderly. They attack at dawn. They could. Don't know just yet. She develops positive she does not easily develop. She does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings, and she is troubled by this since she values romance. She likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and she is slow to anger. A turnaround after experiencing trauma. In your late 20s, you can't remember this at all. I do recall you redeem. I could like go through the redeem history, but I'm pretty damn sure you did redeem this dwarf. Doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and isn't given to flights of fancy, and tends to hold on to grievances and is stubborn. Finds obligations confining, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. You may have also been gifted one, but maybe she was a migrant. Unlikely because it doesn't claim they were part of any other previous group. Actually, this dwarf would be good for the military. Personally, finds the acquisition of power abhorrent and would have all masters toppled. Finds blind honesty foolish and finds maintaining decorum a silly and fumbling waste of time. Values romance and doesn't care about nature one way or another and dreams of mastering a skill. But yeah, if you particularly don't want your dwarf in the military, just tell me. And also, chat room, if you want your dwarf in the military, even if they're a bad fit, I could just add them too. We could make like the numbskull squad or something. Just like a bunch of dwarves that suck. Memory's the second thing to go. For me, it's the eyes. My sanity was first. The misfit squad, the good old gaggle bunch of idiots. I just realized that there's somebody must have toppled one of my stills. There's a still missing. When did that happen? Huh. I'll fix that in a sec. Finds she likes the color Carillion figurines and mudmen for their peculiar smell. I definitely remember that. And the sound of the scintillating deserts, and when possible, prefers to consume longland beer and hates brown recluse spiders. You like the funky mudmen. You distinctly remember liking granite, not mudmen? Really? Granite's the one you remember? Script blank, yeah, your sub did run out. Bunch of subs have run out. Which, you know, is kind of the way of things. I'm going to move. Okay, I'm done with having all this furniture here. I'm moving all of these stoneworkers' workshops into the corner. These need to move. If I don't move them now, I'm never going to move them. Gonna make a little stoneworkers area over here in the corner. Chat, what materials should I make stoneworkers shops out of? We got graphite, granite, rock salt, gabbro, shale, sandstone. That could be a fun color. Dolomite, shirt. We got bronze, gold, pig iron, sterling. Only one sterling silver bar, so please don't say sterling silver. I don't actually have sand on this map, so I can't make glass. Please make it be something I have access to. Rock salt. We could kind of go the pink color. Native gold. Could also do gold. I don't know if I have the stuff to make rose gold. I haven't looked. I'm getting a text message. The hell? I'm going to read this text word for word because this is really funny. Rescheduled number 21885. Canada Post. A delivery attempt has been made. Nobody but home at. Reschedule at Canada apti.ca/13654832.php. They also spelled reschedule wrong. Yeah, and it's from it's from Canada Post -12345 at post.news. I didn't know that you could send an SMS via like email. That's interesting. Delete that. Cool. Thanks, phone. Totes legit? Totes totally legit? You sure about that? Yeah. So I like the idea of rock salt. Either that or copper. And I'm gonna get them to make a bunch of statues. We can make this into like a little kinda guild hall-esque area. And put a little boulder stockpile in the middle here and a little block stockpile in here as well. That one I didn't make out of the same material for some reason. All right, we'll do a little rock stockpile for everything except for metal ore. Short messaging service? Ah. That's the same account that with the PayPal support at 12345 at definitely legit service.moron. Oh no, Pablo Rasta's throwing a tantrum. I should check crimes. No open cases, really? People are throwing tantrums and not actually like breaking anything? That's impressive. Not a scammed up biz. Not a cop / at definitely a cop. I love how they canceled all of these because all of the salt, all of the rock has been displaced. That's kind of funny. You know, I really want to just like buy something at not a scam. Like I just want to get a URL that's something not a scam. Does not a scam.biz sounds like a fun like domain to own. Friendly dolphin at _ not a virus. It's like Shady URL before it got super sketchy and they went too far with it. Shady URL was a like a link lengthener website instead of a link shortener website. And the whole point of Shady URL was it was supposed to make links look sketchy. But they added a bunch of words in there that just made it kind of weird. Made it sad. You're a lobster? Really peculiar lobster. I always will trust a lobster. If there's one thing that I learned with my many years in life, it's that you always trust a lobster. Especially the ones in the fish tanks at the grocery store.
I went to the website you verbally linked and now I defaulted on my mortgage. Can you please send this dollar back to me in cash form so I can eat tonight? Thanks.
This is why I like streaming with text-to-speech on. Thanks for the $1, Claiborne. And if you actually need that $1 back, let me know. I have a loonie on my desk. So let me know where you're at. I'll throw it. Create a business that looks like a Ponzi scheme but isn't and have not a scam as a website? Yeah. No, it's definitely on my desk. This loony has been on my desk for like 6 months. See? I'll prove it. Also, there's a hobo in the chat. Get down, he's got a sword. See, it's on my desk. Can't tell me it's not on my desk. How's things, Hobo? Those can go away. That can go away. That can go away. Oh shit, it's a cop. Hide the memes. Mods are here. Hide the memes. But how's your day been, Hobo? Loonies and Toonies? Yep. Proof, once again, that I am a Canadian. I think down here is going to be cloth and leather storage. Trying to decide what movie I should watch this weekend when I'm not streaming. Because I watched Blade on my last couple days off. Fifth Element. Wizard of Oz? Nah, I'm good. Cloud Atlas? Why do you hate me? I was saying T2 maybe. T2 maybe. I watch Alien like twice a year, so. Airplane? I kind of hate that movie. But Hobos, today's been a weird day. Had a lot of back and forth, and now the Dwarf Fortress wiki is danger. Do not go to the Dwarf Fortress wiki. There's people editing it with bad things. Demolition Man is up there, but believe it or not, I'm actually waiting until a certain podcast I listen to does a rewatch of that before I rewatch it. I've actually wanted to start a movie podcast for a really long time just to have an excuse to watch more good movies. But every time I ask people, they don't want to, and it makes me kind of sad. Waterworld? That's a film that I forgot existed until 3 seconds ago. Looks like it's fixed. I don't trust it. Just means it's going to be harder to get editor rights on the DF Wiki for... You know, that whenever people just say the word kids with no context, Soul Seeker, my brain immediately just goes to the MGMT song. Aerith, the cook, has withdrawn from society. Let's see how my squads are doing armor-wise. Looks like everybody's armed. They'll need to fill them out, though. Pablo Rasta, the child, is throwing another tantrum. I seem to recall seeing Memento before. Hobo, thank you very much for chucking out a gift sub. To Bob. Welcome back to the sub club, Bob. And thanks for being around, dude. Chat room, this is why you say hello to people that you recognize in other streams. Just gonna throw that out there. Holy heck. I seem to recall Memento being the same kind of mental vibes as Fight Club, which is also a movie I need to rewatch. The Crow? I feel like I was talking about The Crow with chat yesterday about how that movie doesn't age well. I'm pretty sure we were talking about The Crow yesterday. And I recall saying that the one thing I really like about that movie still is the soundtrack is good. This is just going to be a leather stockpile. Because I've spent so long just trying to unfuck this fortress that I basically haven't done any actual fortress management in this fortress in ages. Sucks to be the dwarf that gets the really weird doors, so we'll give them a bit extra square footage. Hey, Casual. How's things, sir? Squeak. Joe Dime, what, like after you watch the movie Bulletproof? Joe Diamonds, thanks for chucking a sub to Tropic Communist. Welcome back, Tropic. Gascon Musketeer, hello. And Sizzletongs is going pretty good since we gave it another chance at life. It wasn't going well, but we gave this fortress another chance at life, and now it's going pretty well. And this whole stockpile needs to go bye-bye. Kerplunk. We're going to place a lever there, and we're going to build another drawbridge over here. I'm not going to use closest material. When looking through a window, no, they have to collide with it. Like, the tile has to touch them. They have to be physically touched by the mist to feel anything. It's a pretty hard life. This one will be for cloth. My favorite explanation of why dwarves like mist so much is that they have really dry skin. And they just like a humidifier. Just kind of a, huh, yeah, I've been there. The Rocky Horror Picture Show, but only at midnight and at a theater. Yeah, I'm not going to a theater anytime soon. I actually thought about going to go see a movie at a theater recently, and I looked at the list of everything that was showing, and I was like, everything is garbage. And then I just, like, went back to watching YouTube. Dwarves are dusty. Dwarves mist is good for the sinuses. I believe that. It's like low humidity and your lips start cracking. At least mine do. Mine do. Whenever I go to any of the areas in Canada that are significantly drier, I have problems. Just like a couple days in Vegas and I felt like I'd been chain smoking for a month. Great trip, but harsh on the throat. And not just because we smoked cigars. The whale is pretty good. That cigar, it was a good choice, yes. It was a great choice, which is why I'm saying, like, that's not the reason I felt like I've been chain smoking for a month. It's just the general dryness of everything. Do we still make a channel with 3 of 7 in the main hallway to teach swimming? Do we still? I don't do the same thing in every fort ever. I do everything sometimes. I will never do everything. So there's never going to be a, do we still do this? Do I still do this? I don't do a specific strat for every fort ever. I always change it up. Sometimes I don't use any misgens. Sometimes I always build a misgen. If I'm just building the same thing in every fort, where's the variety? If you try and do everything in every fort and try and use the same strats in every fort, that's how you make a game boring. Dwarf Fortress is a game about being given a toolbox and deciding what toys you play with. I like to decide what toys I play with. If you want to play with all the toys every time, then be my guest. You know, some games like force you to play with certain toys every time, and you know that's called selling you DLC and such. "60% of the builds, he builds a mist generator every time." Yeah. Something like that. But my bedrooms look the same. That's because we're playing the same faction. Some cultural things stay the same. You should go look at some of my older, like, forts and how I build bedrooms. Like, all my older VODs on YouTube. Oh, yeah. Just go to the tasks screen and you can swap that around. Super easy to do. Super quick. It's the same reason that I don't really use, like, exploits, I suppose, is because if I were to use a ton of exploits, then it would be really difficult to not just play that way every single time. Like, there's certainly things in Dwarf Fort that make playing the game way too easy. And I don't find that to be particularly fun. That being said, I do like defending my forts with water and lava, and don't really use like ballistas often enough. Oh, I never use danger rooms. Danger rooms are dumb and don't work very well anyway. Danger rooms are just bad these days. Danger rooms are very, very good for training your doctors and not very good for training your military. They used to be great for training your military. Now they just kind of injure your military. They're too dangerous, essentially, I guess. Dwarves don't need cocaine anyway. They got alcohol. What is a danger room? Long story short, it was used to be a very effective method of very quickly training your dwarves to legendary extraordinarily quickly by simply forcing them to train in a room full of traps that could damage them, and then they'd have to dodge them. But now, yeah, they're just too effective, and they will just kill your dwarves. I'm gonna make a little lunchroom over here, little dining room. We'll put a little stockpile right here and right here. And we will fill it up with food. Prepared meals, drinks. And this little zone right here is just going to be a dining hall. Not that whole thing. It's just this corner bit. Game gets a bit excited these days. Well, you can ensure that they don't kill your dwarves with enough armor. But you're going to be leveling them on armor skill and PTSD. Yeah, you're better off just letting them train. Because essentially what they did to, like, make danger rooms, like, useless is they just made them train faster. Is really what they did, so... But like I said, they are very effective at training your doctors. Like, injuring a bunch of dwarves is a really good way to train your doctors really quickly. I wouldn't describe it as particularly ethical, though. And you guys know how much I care about dwarven ethics. Need a dwarf that dreams of mastering a skill. I am a dwarven philosopher, I suppose. There was a chat on my Discord about the ability to choose an image when engraving walls. Is this a no? It's a vanilla thing. I don't know where the button is in this version, but let's find it. Yeah, so you engrave the thing, and then you click where it's going to engrave, and you click specify image. And you can do this with statues by selecting. You volunteer, Poplio? Noted. You can also do this with statues by selecting the little magnifying glass after it's after the task has started. There you go. That's how you do it. Let's find Poplio. Have fun in the military. Greedy streak. He doesn't handle stress. Oh, man. What anger. Poor empathy. This dwarf will do fine. Wait, how do you do it? Show you again. Yes, you can do it. Pew, 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 pew. Pew, pew. The way you do it is you go to the engravings thing, you click it, right? You click where you want it, you see it's right there. Once it's blinking like this, it's too late. It won't work because the job's already queued up and the dwarf has decided what they want to make. So what you do is you leave the game paused, you queue it up where it's going to be, and then you click where it's going to be. You can't unpause the game. If you unpause the game, the job queues up, it's too late. You can't do it. Hey, Koku. There you go. Yes, we enabled enemies. They are enabled, which is also why I'm stacking my squads right now. Got 3 squads built. We're working on filling them out. I love it when dwarves disdain artwork. I just think it's funny. The items in the workshop work like those in stockpiles in terms of FPS? What, you mean, like, are they removed? No, unless they're in a stockpile, they're not removed from frames. Got a bunch of snake venom barrels. Good job, dwarves. Raising a family. Oh. Let's just do this. Generally, dwarves with some skill probably like it. Toasted. You think you found your source of lag? How many dwarves do you have, and how big is your fortress? 'Cause it's probably pathing. It's probably not just random items everywhere. Although item creep and just stacking items up slowly will start to impact your frame rate eventually. But it'll make, like, the stock screen load slowly first. But I've had enough people ask me about mist generators. Should I build a mist generator? Could very easily build one around the edge of this. What's up, Sterlonian? Well, we could remove the unnamed church up here. You want to sink or swim? I'll throw you into a squad. Doesn't need to be some not good squad. We'll throw you into the main one. But if you remind me, I'll check your dwarves' mental state after some time. I also need to set up a few more miners, I think, because a bunch of my miners have been added to the military. Also, 2 more shields. Three. What else do you want? You need a dining room and a tomb. I feel like the Duke's dining room should be like right next to this guild. I just don't know where to put it. Maybe like right here. If you are using the stockpile variant of quantum stockpiles, they are good for FPS. If you're using the I'm just going to dump a bunch of items in this tile and forbid them's way of doing it, it's bad for frame rate. I think that's a good place for this. Although that is kind of out of the way. You know what I think I'm going to do? I'm going to make another tavern. Actually, we're going to make another tavern like right here. I'm going to nuke this, remove that, move that. We're going to make another tavern down here. So I have this one up here, and then I'm going to make one down here. I'm going to queue up a bunch more gold tables. I'm just going to find some more gold that we can mine. Auto. Bonk. Bonk. And what we're going to do is we are going to... What we're going to do is we're going to make a secondary tavern. And I'm going to put a mist generator above that. And I'm going to turn part of the old tavern into the noble's dining room. You have a bunch of spare jugs in stock, but when you're setting up a stockpile, the game says you don't have any. Why is that? Are they in bins? The game forgets they exist if they are in bins. For stockpiles, or for jugs specifically. Because for some reason, jugs are a tool. Which basically means they can go into a bin. Whereas barrels and rock pots are not. Same issue can happen with bags, oddly enough. How do you fix that? Make a stockpile specifically for them and remove all bins from that particular stockpile is how you fix it. The banner! Congrats, you got a dwarf. You just learned that you can catch live fish in the fishery workshop? Yeah, and up until the last update, there was a guaranteed crash with them. If you sold one, it used to crash the game. Which I think is really funny, that Putnam just found that bug, which apparently has been in the game since 2006. Which is kind of whack. Bearded metaller stoneworker. Man, you've selected my 2 least common industries. I've got a furnace operator, and I've got a mason. Which one would you prefer? Not a lot. Dirk, and yourself? I think it's just because Putnam's been taking notes about different bugs in the game for like a decade. Finding treasures since the before times. Yeah, and been reverse engineering the game for a very long time. Remember, chat, in 22 hours, Tarn Adams, programmer on this video game, who left that bug in for like almost 20 years, will be on my stream. We will be talking about Dwarf Fort. There will be a post on the subreddit like an hour before, a post on my Discord, as well as tweets and such. Tomorrow should be fun. Tomorrow should be fun. You want the furnace cat? You're currently smelting stone, or smelting gold, or gold nuggets. Tarn's gonna be on this stream, yes. 2 p.m. Pacific time. Yep. I mean, it's literally in the command thing when you type it in. ! Interview, if you would like to send in a question for tomorrow. And you gotta get it done before the end of the stream because I'm locking the dock after that. The Ben R. Ben is 90 years old, healthy, talented furnace operator, talented bone carver, but be rusty. Surround yourself with friends you can trust, and you will be unstoppable, says Ben. My randomly named fort is called Paddle Special. All right, I have a theme for your fort, Zerof. The only way in and out of the fort is via being launched into the fort via drawbridge. Paddle Special, let's go. Everybody dies. So Ben is frequently depressed after being caught in the rain in 247. Never acts without prolonged deliberation, even to his own detriment. You know, this is one of the most dwarfy things ever. Frequently depressed after being caught in the rain once. That's how they're exiled. True, you could rename the drawbridge to Paddle Special and fling them into a volcano or something. Unfortunately not. Montecore, I had to reprioritize for logical reasons, although I could probably start working on it again once we get enough beds for everybody. He is not the type to fall into love or even develop positive feelings, and generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future. He tries to keep his things orderly, and he has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds. Wait, he has a tendency to consider... I shouldn't just, like, guess what the next line is going to be. He has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and he does not feel envious of others. I know these lines so well that I sometimes just guess what the next one is, and sometimes I'm just wrong when I'm trying to find my place because I can't read this text that well. Needs alcohol to get through the working day, and the game is loading, so I can't move to the next screen. Doesn't the personality change if they work in the rain and they're already mad about working in the rain? I mean, it could change. I mean, something else could change that first thing, right? They could go from being frequently depressed to being extremely optimistic because something else happened in their life, right? Like this dwarf could have a child, which could revert that or change one of their other tendencies. Their personality changes based on all kinds of different things. But if a dwarf is frequently depressed after being caught in the rain, they're more likely to get upset after being caught in the rain, yeah. Or if they get caught in the rain again. Dreams of raising a family is personally finds maintaining decorum a silly and fumbling waste of time, and sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way, values tranquility and a peaceful day, and dreams of raising a family. He likes satin spar, steel plume agate, a vile force of darkness has arrived, and green devourer parchment. I don't know what green devourer parchment is. but I'm sure it's green. He likes sheep for their tendency to flock and skinks for their colorful tongues. I love skinks in real life. And when possible, prefers to consume giant armadillo guava wine and hates snails. It took them a season, okay? They arrived they immediately left. They just checking in, chat. They just checking in. So I just realized something that I really need to make. I need to make another guard pig. They already left, chat. they showed up. They saw my defenses and were like, ah! And then they left. They saw the lava and remembered they left the stove on. Oh, probably, yeah. I ain't paid enough to fight this place is also a pretty good way of thinking about it. We still get the good music, though. Did you miss the siege? Most of us did, I think. They showed up and did the, fuck this shit, we're out thing. Everything in our power to avoid excitement and stress, eh? Still trying to find a few more dwarf. So this is why I had sieges turned off before, chat. Get sieged once, immediately sieged a second time, and these guys want to parlay. The enemy have come and are preparing to lay siege, and they seek parley. Yar, matey. All right, well, what are you wearing? The large rope reed dress. Is that a beard? Even with a beard is weird. The Passionate Confederacies. Hold on. Look at the name of this group, chat. Was a former member of the Wealthy Coalition. What is that, like? A group of billionaires? What, you in lava? I mean, you don't need to worry about me dropping you in lava. All right, let's burrow some things. Let's just hope that they don't actually have a way into the fortress. I don't think they do. But I've been wrong before. So let's hope that I'm not wrong. 'Cause if I'm wrong, I'm not gonna say we in trouble, but we may be in trouble. All right, we should be good. All right, so everybody should be locked to this burrow now. Parlay. You know what we do. Who needs a parlay? They're already in conflict? What are they in conflict with? Good lord. Well, they're fighting with the elves. Holy shit. Does it make sense now why I turned these off? Yeah. Well, we get to try the Torch-O-Matic 5000. They're fighting with the humans. Look at this. Arrows flying both directions. There's dead war bobcats, I think? Seems to be 2 fights going on. Lots of blood. Bones, blood in the other. Elves, on the other hand. Snatcher! There's also fucking Snatchers! If that wasn't enough, by the way, there's also Snatchers. Let's go stab M to death. Lock the doors? Clearly. It's okay. Get him. He's got a sword. Go get him, Cold-Blooded. Cold-Blooded was taking a break in the Farmers Guild. We should probably pay attention to the surface. And is cutting Asno into many pieces. Currently feels terrified while in conflict. We should pay attention to the top. That's more important. So we literally got sieged by 3 different factions at once. And good lord, that is a big human siege. Look at them all. This is on normal too. Are Snatchers really sieges? Technically, yeah. Well, no, Snatchers are a raid. Like, if we're gonna use, like, the terminology that the game uses, Snatchers are a raid. Sieges are an attempt to destroy, and everything else is a pillage. Any elves left? Oh, tons. Yeah, they're assaulting the fort right now. This is why the Vile Force of Darkness left. True, they showed up and were like, man, fuck this shit. Chat, does anybody know the band Gnome? 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 I'm going to link a song in the chat. Because this is a song that I hear in my brain whenever I'm fighting a siege of anything in Dwarf Fort. I obviously can't play this, but music video is pretty goddamn great. No, they're definitely against each other, yep. I mean, this is all like elven blood. Did any dwarves die? Nope, we're all inside. None yet, anyway. Just kind of keeping an eye on these elves as they move through the forests. But yeah, no, if they are allies, they won't fight each other, but they are definitely not allies. Always AFK. And this isn't even like an enemy of my enemy is my friend kind of situation. Does appear that the goblins want to fight us first. It's so good though, Dirk. That whole album's just that band is phenomenal. They're absolutely on my bucket list of bands I need to see live one day. I know it's gnomes and not dwarves, but it's like it's close enough. Oh god, what was the name of that fortress? What was the name of the chat to anybody who's been around this stream for a while? What was the name of the fortress that I did before Stonewater? It's the one that had like the 600 character raids. This is actually a pretty similar defense system to that. Gnomes are cool, yeah. I like to let them drink all my booze in Dwarf Fort. It's okay, I love a good lava. Are they climbing? They can't. I have an overhang. Okay, this bridge didn't get hooked up to anything. Oh boy, neither of these did. Welp. This means I can't let them on those bridges. Am I winning, Dad? I don't know. Ask me again in 5. Release the lava? No, not yet. I'm waiting. Pretty intense. Well, I mean, we gotta, like, get the majority of them, right? Kitty, what are you doing? Kitty? Kitty? I know that you're content after a bath. You might wanna not do this. Kitty just spotted more elves. I don't want to burn you to death, Kitty. I might have to. Scaredy Kitty now? Yep. That song was great. You're welcome. On the last backpacking trip on the way home, it was really late at night. We were hiking back at like 10:30 at night, so there was no other hikers on the trails, and we were blasting that real loudly while we were walking through the forest. It was great. Just on repeat. Because we'll kill them all and say that we're alive. This was the one I was going to hook up to those two, and I totally forgot. All right, well. Somebody go pull that lever. Quickly, please. Oh, sweet. Elf is chasing Kitty. Perfect. Kitty is doing their job. Please scream, because we'll kill them all and say, "We are alive!" I kind of, really should just, like, get that as, like, a sound command. "We are alive!" kind of thing. Hey, look. Some for the military to play with. Oh, intentional distraction cat? Oh, absolutely. Oh, there it goes. Sweet, it's closed. So, I'm going to station the military right here. They'll have a surprise. I think it's lava right. Ah, it's lava right, and I need to turn the pumps on. Spicy water on. Question is what order do I look at this in? Not actually sure which will happen first. If the military will be here ready. Close this. So I see the combat log as soon as it goes off. Dwarf is going to go pull a lever. Oh, are we in an ad? No, we're not. We're not in an ad for 5 minutes. You stuck in an ad? Shouldn't be stuck in an ad. I mean, I just linked a Gnome song in my chat. No ad there. I mean, subs shouldn't get ads pre-oct at all. Well, I mean, I'm keeping an eye on it. I'll delay them if I have to. All right, so the spicy water is a go. Just need to pull the other lever. Although I'm kind of filling my own fort up with lava a little bit. This is kind of not optimal. I really, actually, you know, can you also while you're at it, pull this lever, please? I don't need to fill my own fort up with lava. That's that bad. Can we not do that right now? Please? What was just discovered? A bunch of cats. Okay. Can we... Dwarves? Now's a bad time for funny games. I've also got a dwarf in a strange mood, which I need to deal with. You're pulling the lever? Why is it the dwarf on the wrong side of the fort? Flanking kitty cats? True. Oh! That's, that's, huh. Quite a lot of animals. Okay. I think this will be fine. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna do a thing. Just because I'm suddenly very, 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 very nervous. So what I'm gonna do to quell my nerves is I'm gonna make a little room right here. I'm gonna accept it, and I'm gonna tell them to put a brick wall like right there. That's what I'm gonna do. But this is Dwarf Fortress at its best. Shit going wrong. Time for lasagna? What? I don't understand the reference. Come on, Daddy Inspector. Pull the lever. The elves are my fort? My fort won't die. But, I mean, it might make this siege take a lot longer. I mean, it's right there in the name. Not too much more to ask there. Panic? Nah. We don't need to panic. Panicking is optional. Let lava do be flow, though. I mean, it's draining. It's not actually going to flow into the fort. It is enough to make me nervous. Dr. Jones, calling Dr. Jones. You pull it already? Huh. Okay, sweet. So that's been pulled. And now it's going the right way. So they did pull the one I needed them to pull. This one. I can cancel that. All right, it begins. Did I completely fuck this up? I really did. Did I put like floor? Wow, okay. I'm stupid. All right, so plan C. We're turning the left side back on. I do have one more method of the, okay, ads are starting. I'm gonna wait until the ads are done. I am in fact stupid. I do have actually an alternate way of opening this. Pull this lever. The elves are dead though, so that's good. They're all afraid after experiencing trauma. I think we should let our military go back to whatever they were doing previously. It was the rush to finish it. Yeah, that's why I forgot to hook these drawbridges up and also built things wrong. But I gotta wait a minute. Also, I see that there's a gifted dwarf in there. I don't know if they told who I'm gifting a dwarf to. Let me know who I'm giving a dwarf to. Drakavel, if you're listening. I see you in chat, so let me know who I'm giving a dwarf to. Who is being dwarfed in the chat? Chat, you should let our friend Derek Evil in chat know exactly why you should get a dwarf. You shouldn't get a dwarf? True. That is probably true in that case. Neeks already has a dwarf. I can tell you that for fact. Here, I'll read off the dwarves that have names already. Zwari, Stack on Wills, Aegis, Alter Ego, Andaro the Insane, Aparo, Apparent Bliss, Bertcluse, me, Bold Viking, Captain Walmart, Claiborne, why am I so slow at reading these? Daddy Inspector, Diamond Destruct, Fallout Rain, Eat Cereal, Phraziar, Frosty McCrusty, Gloves, Gobsnack, Green Dude, Grunty, Happy Salt Dwarf, Ismail, I'm pretty sure Neeks has one, Kyra Asylum, Jelly Belly, Jaden, Lightning Thing, Mad Wolf, McJerby, Mebzith, Neeks, yeah, there you go. Orange, Poplio, Pablo Rasta, Mad Wolf, McJerby, Putnam, Real Swifty, Silent Potato, but deadly, Benner, Fowl, Thanos, Vervolts, Transfem, Dyron Beast, blobbity blobbity, blobbity blobbity. Or through the ads. Unpause this. So we need to pull this side. And pull this. So has this lever been pulled? Not yet. Has this lever been pulled? Yes. Oh my god. How many ambushes are... Anyway. So I started burning. Have you not been pulled? My guy. Okay, well, top side has been pulled. Felsner? Chat, what kind of dwarf is Felsner getting? There we go. So anyway, I started burning. Took a while. The game's thinking about it. You calling me a sick bastard? They attacked me! How am I the sick one? Any will do. Well, while that's going on in the background, any will do. 5, 4, 3, 2, Dwarf. Where's my mouse at? There it is. You get Godin. He's a kind of pissed off weaver. The Goblanity! Oh, I mean, obviously, chat, you bunch of sickos want to actually watch this, right? So I should probably, pause. Lenser. He is truly fulfilled by assisting those in need after seeing an elf's dead body, and is often sad and dejected, and is not readily moved by art or natural beauty, and he's conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation, and he likes a little excitement now and again, and he doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and is pleased by his own appearance and talents, and he doesn't mind a little tumult or discord in the day-to-day living, and is conflicted by this since he values harmony, and it's as an intellectual concept. He likes to brawl, and he is somewhat quarrelsome, and he is conflicted by this for more than one reason, and he sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, and tends to consider what others think of him, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. At least send an army to get the war bacon? Nah. I don't have a big army. He dreams of mastering a skill and personally would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife, and sees perseverance as one of the greatest qualities that somebody can have, is affronted by the whole notion of maintaining decorum, and finds so-called dignified people disgusting, sees guile and cunning as indirect and somewhat worthless, and prefers a noisy and bustling life to boring days without activity, and respects power. Likes coal, bronze, white, opal, mountain, goat, hoof, the color, ivory, rings and buckets, and when possible prefers to consume common skate, shad, and donkey cheese, and maize beer. And you hate mussels. You have a pet dog, and remember the Craftstor's Guild and the Weaver's Guild. Look at them all trying to run. Aw, so adorable. We're gonna have to do this a couple of times, actually. That's the sad bit. So, fun fact, chat. And I've talked about this before. When characters in Dwarf Fortress burn to death, you know what happens? Their bodies boil, right? Their blood gets really hot, okay? And when their bodies boil, their skin explodes. And you get little splats of blood. Also, this elf was burning, vaulted the wall, and has now set fire to the forest. I like it. Lovely. All according to plan. Did the cat make it? That's the other important question that I have right now. The only problem here is I am, in fact, filling my own fort up with lava. But I will be able to drain it later, probably. This system needs some improvements. So, oh, shit, the human siege left. I guess they fought enough with the elves. That's great. It will potentially deal with all these bodies for me. Do burnt bodies give ashes? They will turn into nothing. They will turn into ashes. Oh my god, did you survive? Hold the fucking phone. What? I mean, I would in fact leave, yes. What? Maybe this elf was just here to begin with. They may have just walked around it, but how do you feel right now? Uneasy. Okay, no, it wasn't that one. Definitely just saw that elf die. No relationships. No groups. Bullshit. Has killed nothing. Well, at least that's good. So yeah, I will say that this whole setup needs some improvements. It very much needs some improvements. I really need to fix this drain so that it doesn't do this. But fortunately, this will be really easy to drain out of down here. I will say this is real bad for the frames. So, now we sit here and wait until the elves burn. It is still spreading, and they are still burning. Oh. So the siege is over, but there's a bunch of them still here. Look at all these bodies. I think they actually ended the siege for me. Huh. It's because of the extra 200 odd entities. That's why the frames are so low. I don't call this frame rate being slow. This is just dramatic slowdown. You know, it's like bullet time in the Matrix. Lava's spreading. Elf nuts roasting on an open fire. Shoutouts to this lad over here who's just burning. Oh man, you have 2 lovers and a child? Don't make me feel bad. What a young elf, only 104 years old. There you go, that's more of an elf. See, this one doesn't even have a kid yet. Oh wait, the forest burns? Oh no, that'll burn out quite quickly. Once the enemies leave. There's also the part where there's a cat out here somewhere. I don't actually know what happened to it, but somewhere on the map there's a cat, and that's probably not helping. Always blame cats for the bad frames. Because, you know, here's the thing, right? So every single unit that spawned onto the map, right? Every single unit that's on the map right now is all wearing like 8 to 14 items, right? Each one of those items right now is constantly getting temperature checks because of all of this lava. That's not helping. Hey, we're gonna get some nice obsidian there, though. Be good. Also like the clothing burning. The armor burning. What happened to all those dogs? They were probably caught in the siege. I mean, look at all this blood and guts and vomit. At least our enemies are both enemies, right? Also, the fire will burn out if it starts to rain. That will happen. But I don't know if it will. That's not like a guaranteed event like in Rim. I'm sorry, hold on a second. There's just a toad in here chilling. Like, look at him. He's just defying lava. Just doesn't care. He's just happy. He's just hanging out, he's chilling. Oh, you gone. Lava toad, ready to go full big mode. God, that is horrifying. Yeah, so this system needs some improvements. Certainly needs some improvements. What are we whining about? The toad? I mean, the toad's fine. Dead dog. I mean, the frame rates are coming back. You know, with stuff like this, it's just a matter of waiting, and then the frames will come back. But anyway, we're back at 40. So I say we fill this up a little bit, and then just... Oh, shit, we found the cat! The kitty's alive! The lava is, in fact, spreading. It is spreading. It's just spreading really slowly. Because it's kind of a jury-rigged sideways system. But see? It's going. It's just, now the game's moving 3 times as fast as it was a minute ago. Is it hurt? Injured? Aww. Its tail's cut open! Hang in there, kitty. I once was watching a Dwarf Fortress stream. It was Cupo streaming, I think. And she had a fortress that was a little bit more ambitious than the game was ready to allow for. And she almost immediately, within the first like 30 minutes of the fort, had like walls up and that was about it. Got a huge vile force of darkness. Giant army of like various fantastical undead and crazy things like that. And you know what happened? The only reason the fortress survived was because one of the intelligent undead decided to chase a cat around the map instead of just like killing the last 3 dwarves. And that was enough time for her to like reassign them as miners, and they went and grabbed picks. Hey, Festiva. And then like dug all the way down to the caverns and built another fort. It was a good time. The vomit would boil away if it was lava, but the fire burns over pretty quick. The fire won't burn up everything. But it is certainly destroying these items. You see these little exclamation points? Means it's on fire. That's actually what exclamation point means in an item. See, these are all burning up. That's what the exclamation points mean in the item. It means that it's on fire. So when you see like fun double exclamation point, that's what it means. It means the item is burning. Imagine that waiting this long to get burned alive. No, I'd rather not. It makes it kind of horrific, actually. And then there's also, you know, just this. Oops. Gonna be a very burny map for the rest of this playthrough, I think. For whatever it's worth, this is a beta test, and the next one will be much more efficient. They could climb up pretty easy. I mean, one of them did. That's what started the forest fire. Yeah, these are our beta testers. Also, look, there's some grass burning. Yeah, kind of a crappy setup currently. Certainly needs some improvement. This guy's still burning. There's a old bug in the game where some things just refuse to burn to death. They just say, I refuse, and they just stand there burning for all eternity. Yep. Wooden armor was a mistake. We shouldn't have strapped kindling to our bodies! Ah! It's covered in elf sweat. I wonder if they are. Nope, they're not even crying. Oh, well. F's for that guy. How about you? S for you as well. Something. Oh, it begins. Kitty's still alive! We're going to be hearing that for a bit. FX28, yeah, pretty much. Although I actually think the humans killed more than we did in this siege. Stuff is falling out of trees. Probably. Means the fire has gotten into some of the tree tops. These ones here are burning. Did you just, like, sleep all day, Wanderlust? Good morning if you just woke up. I mean, it's supposed to go, like, twice to 3 times as fast. But I derped and put a roof on here because I wasn't thinking. So I need to fix that. If I just remove this roof, that would fix this entire problem. I was supposed to put walls on the edge of it and, like, not put a roof. I'm an idiot. Essentially. Fell asleep about 3 hours ago? Hell yeah. I took a pretty hefty nap on Monday. It was great. Well, if you didn't notice, Wanderlust, we turned sieges back on. And I kind of got... Chat distracted me. I'm going to blame chat here. Chat distracted me, and so I, like, misbuilt half my defenses. There's a forest fire going on. But cat's up on the wall. Come on, kitty. Look at him. Although his tail's cut open. Cat's just taunting them. What's up, Mac Daddy? I mean, it's going. There is much lava. Azrael, thank you very much for redeeming a dwarf. What kind of dwarf would you like? All right, well, anyway, they're all dead. Except for that one that just refuses to die for... I'm sorry, what the fuck? Am I seeing this correctly? I'm gonna just do a thing real quick. Hold on. I'm loading and saving and seeing if that fixes it. It used to be just like save and quit and then reload the game, and then the ones that were like on fire would just combust. Wow, this is a weird email. I just received an email and their opening line is, "We just found your streams on Twitch and congrats on passing 15,000 followers." It's the first line in the email. Uh-huh. 15,000, you say? Sounds automated and slow. Pretty sure we passed that, like, admittedly not that long ago, but maybe 6 months ago? Currently, yes. Sounds like view seller emails? No, it's some crappy looking merch company. All right, let's reload Sizzletongs. But anyway, let's see. What kind of dwarf would you like? If not the most antisocial dwarf available, can I name you the cat? Let's see. Does this fix this fire problem? Okay, so it fixed that, but now my wall's on fire somehow? Oh, sweet. Okay, so it also put out that fire. Well, that's good. I was very concerned about that. I was like, that's not normal. The most antisocial dwarf. I don't know how I would... Chat, how would I find an antisocial dwarf? Well, let's pull this lever. We'll leave that on. There's actually not that much lava down here. That part's good. Find a dwarf who disdains merriment. Not the worst idea. Let's throw those out. Trap lock. Dwarf who disdains merriment. Disdains harmony. Values merriment. Disdains law. Me too. Oh, this one disdains leisure time. Poor empathy. This one will do, I think. Your mayor disdains fairness. I mean, I don't know if hates leisure time is... I mean, we should just name you Elon Musk. Artfully inclined. Poor social awareness. Ooh, disdains leisure time, poor values peace. Oh, that's me. Never mind. Well, I mean, he hates it. Just for other people. Gregarious. Definitely not what we're looking for. Values sacrifice. Disdains stoicism. Kind of feel that. Developed empathy. It's harder than it looks to find a miserable asshole when you need one. Yeah, it kind of is. Lustful. Well, there's like, I've definitely seen like poor social awareness before. Anger prone. Quick to despair. Good focus. Bad with words. Hates knowledge. Not ambitious. Unassertive. Anxious. How's that? That's pretty antisocial. Hates power, hates knowledge, anxious, bad with words. wouldn't be in the tavern. There's nowhere else for them to go right now. And also doesn't feel anything when speaking with his spouse. Wants to fight. Yeah. I talked to my spouse, I'm not feeling very affectionate. So, does that suit your fancy? All right. You're basement bridged. He is a nervous... He is a nervous wreck. He is not driven and rarely feels the need to pursue even a modest success. He only tries to assert himself in He only rarely tries to assert himself in conversation and generally finds to himself to be quite hopeful about the future. He is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. And he likes to brawl. And he tends to not have an active imagination. He tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals and likes to take it easy, and does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings, generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and does not often feel lustful. Prefers to present himself modestly. He dreams of raising a family and this dream was realized. Really now? Hates those who wield power over others and finds the pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of effort. And sees merrymaking as a waste. Likes dacite steel, red barrel, water buffalo horn, cave fish tooth, giant tortoise shell, gems and helms and beds and ants for their propensity to dig. Clear heather and when possible prefers to consume giant red squirrels and salmon and dwarven cheese and durian wine and maize flour and hates fire snakes. Your wife is Thob. You actually have two friends somehow. You're 68 years old. You're a talented cook, competent student. You hate that, though, probably. Durian wine? Yep. I love how durian wine's the one that confuses you, not dwarven cheese. So now we're just waiting for dwarves to pull levers. So chat, what do you think of my quick kind of 2-year defense setup? Actually, I set this up in about 3 months once we got the lava set up. Yeah, I set this up pretty quick. I mean, realistically, like, I spent about 2 years building lava and then about half a year building this. 7 of 7 units of lava. Actually, it's about 4 out of 7 right now, but yeah. Oh, wow. We're about to have a bunch of obsidian on the front porch. The other question is, do you think it's going to drain quick enough that the traders can come in? That's going to deal with some more of those bodies, though. That's useful. And get obsidian right there. Gonna remove those copper bolts. And turn these into fertilizer. Pond? What pond? No pond. Will the pond refill with rain? Theoretically, but only if I dig the obsidian out of it. There's a dead tree frog. That how you recover logs from a pond? I mean, that's one way too. You know, I'm never going to get tired of watching lava. In ASCII or otherwise. It's pretty cool. What's up, amateur? You know, it kind of looks like a rocket ship in ASCII. Like jet engines, and then command center, and then the... Or if you turn your hand sideways, it's like a guy holding his hands up like this. Kind of is, yeah. It's a maturity test? Most forts are a maturity test. It's a hand belt. Da-ding, da-ding, da-ding. Yeah. You're off to bed, Rolf. You have a good one. Yeah, when we see it. You see Mjolnir? Yeah, I could see that. Actually, a big ol', like, mall. Unfortunately, it's the crappy kind of mall because it doesn't have a Toys R Us. I would like Mjolnir a lot more if it had a Toys R Us. Every mall is improved by having a Toys R Us, even though Toys R Us doesn't exist anymore. I don't know if I unironically actually miss Toys R Us or if I just joke about missing Toys R Us. I don't think I do. Is the pressure buildup the same with lava as water? No, but there are ways of building up pressure with lava. Things are just going to be doing that for a bit. At least it's not all that deep. And it is draining quite quickly. It's already down to ones. All right, let's... Bodies? Right. Forgot about these. Let's get all this crap chucked. Looks like we got the bodies dealt with already. Song is Strange Moods. It's written right there. What's the plan to improve this setup? Unbreak my lever connections so the levers aren't connected to the wrong thing like they are right now. Actually connect levers to the front thing. And remove this ceiling up here, which is currently kind of problematic. So first thing is to remove this ceiling, which I think I can just do right now. Yeah. Could I fill the entire surface with lava? I have to be very particular about how I did it, but theoretically, yeah. Oh yeah, I used to always get the Sears catalog. Apparently, random Canadian thing. Apparently Zellers is back. Apparently somebody bought the Zellers name and is bringing back Zellers. I just needed to say that out loud. I saw that this morning on Twitter and, like, was very confused. Because I was talking about Zellers, like, yesterday. Build the surface with obsidian? If I had an ocean, that would be mighty easy. Will there be a restaurant in them? Fuck me, I hope not. That was some of the worst food I've ever had, and that was before I knew what good food was. Nothing against my mom's cooking, but we never had a lot of money, so we never really had good food back then. We just couldn't afford much variety, and also, you know, little kids are picky. I mean, the ice cream was good. The food was bad. The ice cream was ice cream. Like, it's hard to do bad ice cream, except for maybe Dairy Queen. The food was bad. I don't know if you ever had their fish and chips, but oh my god. Some of the worst food I've ever had in any kind of diner setup thing. Dairy Queen is bad ice cream? Fun fact, did you know that Dairy Queen is the exact same ice cream as McDonald's? It's identical. They use the same machines and everything. They just actually train their employees how to clean them so they don't break down all the time. Depends on if you have good taste or not. Kyra Asylum. I just worked in fast food. So working in fast food kind of ruins all fast food for you. Cleaning procedure is hellish too. Yep. Did it for years at McDonald's. Now you want soft serve? I'll be honest with you. I haven't wanted soft serve since I cleaned one of those machines the first time. I don't think I will ever actually want soft serve again for the rest of my life. That stuff smells so bad. It's hard to explain. It smells so bad. You don't even like ice cream? I really like frozen yogurt. My vegan slash super healthy has gotten me weirdly like obsessed with like shaved ice alternatives, like coconut ice and stuff. And before that, just my weird health food stuff made me a really big fan of frozen yogurt. Soft serve, it's the kind of ice cream you get at shitty diners and fast food places. It's basically like processed sweetened milk blended. Kind of gross. You live near wineries? Oh yeah. I mean, I will, if given the option between, you know, getting crappy ice cream from some crappy ice cream place or good wine, no question there. 14 of 32? Really? That's so many. I don't know how you do it. Truly don't. And there we go. So they can skip up and over. Actually, no, they can't. Okay, I need to put those one further up. So like right there. Right there. With the knowledge of a bright and beautiful tomorrow. Fair enough. That does actually check out. Lava's almost done drying up. We might actually get to trade, too. Assuming we don't get sieged again. At least in the case of Canada, that's not true. Salty Tempest. It might be true in the States, but in Canada, that's not true. It's an urban legend, at least over here. According to all my knowledge. Unlikely Gobbo the Third. I don't like using DF hack. It makes it too easy to cheat, so I very rarely install DF hack. Also combine that with the fact that DF hack is currently in an unstable state, which simply put means it could like eradicate your save very easily. So I would not use it during an unstable state anyway. So as long as it's in unstable and unfinished, I wouldn't touch it to begin with. But I generally don't have it installed. What I used to always do is have it installed in a second install. So maybe I'll like install my itch purchase version of this and try it over there, but I wouldn't try it in this install regardless. But unlikely. I don't personally like the way Stone Sense looks. I've never liked the way it looks. I just kind of like the way the weird flat dwarf forts look. Yes, but you also need to remember that McDonald's of Canada and McDonald's in the US are completely different companies. So at the very least over here, I'm like 99% certain it's not real. Or not accurate anyway. Not applicable? That's the word I was looking for. Lots of people do. Sometimes they are, not always. You know what I should do? I should make that a Patreon exclusive. Being a douche now. I don't know. I don't think it's a priority, personally. Lost like 10 dwarves? Why so few? Be more ambitious. Gotta break some dwarves to make an omelet. I think that's the saying. Okay, why is this graphite ramp and this graphite ramp completely different colors? They're both graphite. Like, I'm not going crazy here, am I? Those are vastly different colors. No, it was not. It was a absolute failure, Torialis. Yeah, maybe North-South Shadows. I don't like that. That's gonna take some getting used to. Oh no, we lost a blue peahen. Well, fortunate. Some migrants have arrived. Well, that's good. I don't know how they're gonna get into the fort. I'm sure they'll figure it out, though. But yeah, in regards to the lava cannon, I can now start working on the second attempt at building it. The first one got canned, which just sounds funny, but the first... The first one got canned due to simply running out of time and not having time to complete it. So, and then also just the setup that I was using just wasn't working to begin with, but I can try a second time now. The thing is, I'm going to have to redesign a few things about this in order for it to work to begin with. So, is the burning over? Do you still see lava? Are you hearing? I mean, something's on fire up there. Mostly. It's also raining, so that's helping. Can't wait for the next siege? I can. I'd like to be able to build things for a bit. Well, we need to wait for that to go away. I mean, it just looks like Stone Sense. It looks the same way Stone Sense has always looked. If you think that looks really cool, then that's awesome. I think it looks... to me, it kind of ruins part of my imagination. I don't know. I've just never liked the way Stone Sense looks. Do I have brewing jobs going? Harvest plants. Is anybody brewing? I should be. Says plants. Brew drink from plant. What are the conditions of that? Oh, and we get to less than 150. Okay. Do 250. Let's create a new one. Brew drink from fruit. Amount of available drinks is less than... Actually, let's just do this one specifically when there's unrotten fermentable drinks or fruit is more than 50. Amount of unrotten available drinks and fruit is less than 50. Or is at least 50. If there's at least 50, we start brewing. That, and then the total number is going to be, let's say... Oh, at least 50. Which means that'll cause cancellations afterwards, but that's fine. It would be mad good, though. Yeah, I wonder if they could render the new dwarf sprites and that. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the game isn't playable with it on. Under this command, and in the doc... Whoop. I need to spell correctly. It says Pacific. So it's Pacific. Let's just do some iron bin. Let's just do 20. We're building a secondary tavern. But yeah, if you're worried about missing the talk tomorrow, there will be a ping on the Discord. There will be a post on Reddit. There will be probably posts on like other social media platforms and everywhere, yeah. And questions close at, well, around the time I end stream tonight, because that's when me and my mod are going to start going through them. Have I got a lot of questions? Less than I was expecting, actually. Way less than I was expecting. I got more the last one we did. Last one we did, it was like 350, I think. Like, when I looked this morning, it was like 200. You put in 3? Yeah. People just have less to say, I think. I also think that, like, the new... Not to be weird, but I think that a lot of the new audience for Dwarf Fortress is not going to be very communicative in the way that the old audience was. You know, like, the old audience was a hyper-focused, like... Obsessive is maybe the wrong word, but a hyper-focused, dedicated audience. The new audience is very much a... You know, kind of bunch of lurkers, I guess. You know, and like, it's... At least for me, it's gotten pretty obvious, you know, like, there's a good number of people watching my stream, right? And the audience for my stream has gotten a lot bigger, but I was looking at my chat activity. It's not that much crazier than it was before. Like, there's maybe, like, an extra 4 or 5 people talking. Which is enough that, like, my chat is super active with, like, the occasional spike when I, like, ask for a round of beers or something. Or when somebody gifts 5 subs or something, there's always, like, a spike of activity in the chat. But in general, like, chat isn't really that much more busy. To the point where, like, it kind of feels like the community as a whole has just gained a bunch of lurkers. Which is totally cool. Yeah, no, it's a lot more game hopper people, you know, like the people that jump from game to game and don't really dedicate to one specific game, which is, you know, kind of what I think everybody was expecting with this version, which I was kind of expecting, but was also kind of curious because you play at the same time. Well, not even necessarily talking about my chat. Like, chat's just the first example I have, Xeno, or Ask for Xeno. But, like, maybe a better example is, like, the subreddit gained, like, 50,000 people and has been a lot more active. But I don't see, like, the old forums being much more active. I don't see, like, the Discords have gotten a lot more active, but not everything has gotten more active. And so I think people with vocal opinions about, like, there's more people consuming information and more people asking questions, but there isn't necessarily a larger group of people that are vocally voicing their opinions on the game, if that makes any sense. So this is going to be a tavern, and this is going to be a second tavern. We're going to have 2 separate taverns. That, or I could just, like, extend this one and make the zone for this one bigger. The oily date. Oh, I totally forgot I had a barracks there, technically. Giant wargeese? Or wargeese? There's an old mod called Battle Poultry, which makes all, like, water, like, all birds like war trainable. I had it installed once purely so that I could have an army of emus. Not take shit from I'm glad that you like that aspect of me. Some people really hate it. The Stormbringer. Let's do gold table. Gold throne. I mean, I think that might be a fun mod to play with at some point. The bring back evil carp mod. Just because it is kind of funny. True. No, that's totally fair as well. But you're very excited for tomorrow? Yeah, me too. I'm excited for tomorrow purely because I get to, you know, this is just me as a content creator curious about this, but I'm really, really, really interested to see how many people tune in tomorrow. And I say that because, you know, like I've been streaming this game for a really long time. And it's going to be extremely interesting to see what the view count numbers are going to be for the stream tomorrow. We're going to be digging into the caverns, aren't we? Well, this is maybe unwise. What happens tomorrow? Zach and Tarn, or at the very least Tarn, potentially Zach and Tarn Adams will be on my stream. The two brothers that make this video game. It's usually Tarn, but sometimes Zach joins as well. That's what's tomorrow. Sadly, it'll be in the middle of a work day for you. Yeah, it's not going to work for everybody, obviously. But it'll go up the next day on YouTube. So. Oh, I know what I need to do. Half my miners are in the military now. Half of them. Grab picks, dwarves. We need more miners. Hey, Bill. How was your stream today? You're catching and discovering a lot, and once that is gone, you'll have the confidence to have a strong opinion about stuff. That seems hundreds of hours away. Yeah, I think that's also partially part of it. Like, I just, honestly, with this round, I just really didn't know what to expect. And I still don't, right? I have no idea how many people are going to tune in tomorrow. And that is a huge source of excitement for me right now. I am very eagerly, words are hard, anticipating how many people are going to tune in tomorrow. Lots of fun murdering elves. I mean, we just burned a lot of them. A whole bunch of them. And undead? Any interesting undead or just normie zombies? I will at least say at least 5. So just for like a stat for you guys who haven't been to one of these before, when I was a, you know, give or take 30 to, or not 30, like when I was like a 50 to a 100 viewer streamer, which is about where I was at. Toasted, are you okay? That looked painful. Hmm. I think it's time to rescue Toasted, chat. We go rescue Toasted, dwarves? I don't know if anything's going to come running in, so... Oh, there we go. Even better. Toasted's happy, too. Saving minor Tosin, not private Tosin. See, are you running back yourself, or you need rescuing? We're probably all running out into the caverns to go grab shit too, which is fine. That or they're all going out to the surface. Let's follow Claiborne. Gonna head out for the night? We'll see you when we see you. I was expecting this. Cavern dwellers. It appears that Asmil, the sword master, runs into combat. He's terrified while in conflict. He's fighting with several of the ant people. Looks like there's a handful more. Sending the squads down. First one in line is Doran. Good number of the dwarves colliding with the ant people. The ant people actually are pretty good for gear, from what I can tell, because they carry 3 shields and a spear each, which is kind of great. The giant magnifying glass? What's this giant magnifying glass? Sorry, what? Oh, dehydrated. What a place to die dehydrated. What a shame. All right, let's check in on this Tosid. Get the dwarves down here to go call a medic, unless you're... Oh, sweet. There we go. Frazier is recovering wounded. These dwarves are getting antsy. Well, I mean, wouldn't you if you had to kill a bunch of ant people? We may actually just have to lock these dwarves back inside. Alright, well, they're pretty far away from us. As long as we give the dwarves a little bit of time to get back inside, we should be okay. Could also just station a squad here permanently. 6x6. Or like free steel shields. I already have basically infinite steel, so. But they are also quite dangerous to dwarves. Let's go get more ant people, shall we? A vile force of derpness? I don't know about that. They can be pretty harsh. Oh, Tosid's seriously injured. Well, that's not good. Tosid may just be dead. Let's follow Ismail. Or one of the other ones running in. What's up, Lithium Falls? Up, Leop, let's follow you. You are quite satisfied upon improving sword. How can people get so glum? I feel that. Dwarf was found dead. Well, that's good. I should really just lock the doors back inside. We're just gonna lose more. Okay, well, they are coming to kill these dudes. We're hunting some antmen, some antmen. How's things? Raz, pretty good. And yourself? Looks like Doomed gets in first. Who am I giving a dwarf to? Tropic. Hacks up many of them. They do fall apart rather quick. They're quite fragile. I'm sorry, why'd you just decide to, like, drop all your stuff and then go pick up equipment? Seems unwise, sir. I guess they're getting better shields, maybe? I don't know what you're going for. To your dear friend Joe Diamonds that gifted you a sub. Joe, what kind of dwarf am I giving you? Just waiting for all the squads to get back inside. Check. Gem cutter, no beard preference. Let's see if I have an active gem cutter. Okay, well, what I can do is I can go to gems. I think all of the dwarves with literally any kind of gem cutting skill are already named. A library, believe it or not. They have to wander. I think. They have to feel wonder more than wander. But isn't a swords master? It's funny that diamond destruct is good. Yeah, I don't know. What do we think, Joe? Because we are kind of lacking. There are like 4 books in the world and 2 of them are in your library? Really? You take Doran? All right. You cut diamonds and stab ant people to death, it looks like. You have 3 pets. All dogs. And, Bane! What kind of dwarf am I giving you? She finds something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate. She is confident under pressure and is not driven and rarely feels the need to pay back, pursue even a modest success. She has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. I'm going to turn this off for a second. I'm going to stop reading this voice now. Deep and emotional bonds with others, can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand and tends to make a small mess with her own possessions. She tends to consider what others think of her, and she is currently more shameless. She tends to think before acting, and she is currently more thoughtless. She often acts with compassion and has a greedy streak. She does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and likes wearing something special now and again. She personally finds sacrifice to be one of the highest ideals, and strongly believes that a peaceful and ordered society without deceit is best. and has a deep respect for animals. A troublemaker. Someone who's pissed, I guess. And doesn't care if others take the time to master skills and dreams of seeing the great natural places of the world. Good thing you're in the military then. You can, like, go travel around. She likes bill and red spinel and crystal glass and giant vulture leather and giant barracuda bone. And giant ibex parchment and icahedra and animal traps and glass eye for their coloration and the words of the tomb of dying. And when possible, prefers to consume squirrel, wine, whipvine flower, and peas. She hates fire snakes. So you want a troublemaker. How about Meng, the child that keeps tantruming? We now have Bane and Thanos in the fort, by the way. You're 16. Gotta make the good times last. He has great trouble mastering fear when confronted by danger, can get caught up in internal deliberations when action is necessary, and cracks easily under pressure. Almost never feels discouraged, and he thinks he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. Well, yeah, you're 16. He is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself, and he tends to make a small mess with his own possessions. Also, I just remembered I think I forgot to change a thing. Custom settings. Cavern Dweller Maximum Invaders. 15. I don't really give a shit about them sending like 50 dudes at a time. I'd much rather them just be manageable and like a fun little event than like an actual threat. I don't find them to be super cool. Almost never feels discouraged and thinks he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things, and is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself, and he often feels lustful and tends to make a small mess with his own possessions. And he tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and he prefers to present himself modestly, and he doesn't seek out excitement, and when he's nervous, he always takes deep breath whenever he's surprised. He stiffens up when he's surprised, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Good lord. We're getting to put dwarves to rest, finally. More cavern dwellers. Right, the little squad. Wait, what? Oh, there's two of them. Well, I'll go get them. 3 of them. Never mind, there's more than 3 of them. You may want to run away there, Irel. There you go. Run away. I kind of wish that they could seek parley with us and then become friends with us. I want ways to be friends with the critters in the caverns. Even if it's like, bring us the... Actually, you know what would be really fun? Is if they demanded like the godlike items from below. That would actually be real cool. I'd be super down for that. If they demanded the, like, if they're just like, bring us the black metal sandal or something. You'll like adventure mode then, because you could just make like an adventurer party of snake people and then make them into your friends. You could just do that. There's nothing restricting you from doing that in adventure mode. In fact, I would say like adventure mode is designed to be used that way. You never actually tried adventure mode? You could just make a party of, I don't know, lizard people. And then, what's the word? You could just make a party of lizard people and then go join a fortress and then retire that party in that fortress. Just make sure they all eat and drink before. And then reclaim that fortress, and then it'll just, all of those lizard people will just be in your fort. Wrestling is extraordinarily OP, yes. You kick things on the ground, you grab them by the neck, and you strangle them to death. Or alternatively, just be like a spider person and have 5 shields and a sword. Very effective. Or 5 shields and a spear. Unarmed combat is almost as scary as an unarmed wombat. There's a Kinder Surprise egg right there. I didn't know. Captain of the Guard is fighting? Okay, I don't know how a drone ant got into my fort, but apparently one did. And looks like Thanos Falcon punched one to death. Strikes the drone ant spearman, and the shot was blocked with the steel shield. Strikes him a second time, but the shot was blocked. He says, so easily broken. And then says, I got into an argument with id. How exhilarating. Never mind. He didn't actually Falcon punch somebody to death. He tried twice, missed twice, and then got into an argument and ran away. Claims it was exhilarating, though, so good for him, I guess. He's still dead, though. I'm not actually sure who killed the drone ant. Okay, a paper maker hit him in the head with a copper pick. So shout outs to the paper maker who did more than that. Also, a bunch of people have told me that ant people are trap avoid, apparently, which I think is hilarious. All right, let's follow Popleop. I like that there's just like a whole bunch of ant people just like hanging out above their dead old friends. The sword master says, I'm panicking, I'm panicking. Well, that's a good news. Well, I saw a body appear. That's good. The wrestler, Maz, is fighting. The drone ant woman did strike her in the upper arm with a silver spear, tearing the fat through the sheep wool dress. Where's your armor, you silly? Well, we found a dead child. That's awkward. This is kind of a big map, and it's kind of infested with ant people, if you hadn't noticed, chat. You gotta make it like 2 waves. 2 waves of what? What, the fact, yes, my basement is infested with ants, but not the kind you think. And then it's just like these fucking ant men with like spears and shields. T-shirt design idea? Oh, what, like I should make it 2 per wave instead of 5? Well, by default, it's 10 and 50. I've got it set to 10 and 50, or I think it's 5 and 15, which I think is fine. All right, guys, go back to training. Dwarf's winded and seriously injured, cannot breathe. Diagnosis required. Doctors are aware and coming to get him. Hang in there, Mez. What's happened so far? What's happened so far? Jeez, chat, what's happened since we turned sieges back on? What has happened since we turned sieges back on? Do catch Tyler1 back up here in the chat. Yeah, no, it's maximum number. Okay, so it's 15 and 20. 15 to. Let's just set it to 8 and 3. There you go. Just keep them nice and small. Make them little skirmishes. A single dwarf or two could deal with. Oh, well, there goes Maz. The doctor was coming to get him, assuming, because that dwarf had the recover wounded job. That's a shame. I should just lock the dwarves back inside for a bit. Oh, look at Gorlak! Gorlacky! What's up, dude? Let's see. We got a vile force of darkness, a siege, and an ambush in summer. Nothing happened in the spring. And we won. The surface is a little burny though. Little bit. Not very much, just a little bit. And I need to connect these to a lever, so let's do that. Not outside of guests. They have to be guests. Finding all these dwarves dead. So many dwarves died. How many, Okay, there's still a bunch of ant spearmen right here. They're coming out of the lower levels from the looks of things. I'm sorry, what the fuck was that? Oh, it's an elk bird. I like elk birds. They're kind of cool. I always imagine them more elk than bird, but... I guess I always imagine them more of a bird elk instead of... Or an elk bird instead of a bird elk. This looks more like a bird elk to me. Looks like the bodies are getting cleaned up pretty quick, which is good. Did I take any prisoners? No. Why would I take prisoners? There's nothing to do with them, so why would you take any? Well, I really need to just... Everybody get inside. Get inside and stay inside. Run away, tourist. Quickly. Looks like Tosid is here to defend. Good to see that you've healed up nice and quick. Nothing to do with them yet. Oh, look at all the elk birds. Elk birds are beautiful, majestic wild animals. I know some people think that they're scary as hell, but... Let's just get that sealed up. You prefer jabberers? Jabberers are terrifying, but also cool. They're terrifying because they're head pluckers. They like to pluck your head off. There's a lot of goblin... Oh, right, yeah. Remember how we let a goblin siege down into here? There's a lot of goblin blood down here. It's dead. That was a Forgotten Beast. I remember it. Well. Oh. I don't know how you died, Felsner, but rest in peace, Felsner, as well. I'm actually going to cancel this. And I'm going to tell the dwarves to run a little deeper into here. Do a little bit of prospecting. Died off screen. I think most dwarves that die off screen, which is like, why is there a body there? Is such a common line when playing Dwarf Fort. All right, so this here, we're just going to place a hatch right there.
Bring out your dead.
Damn right. Bring out your dead. Let's go find the next cavern lair. Because this will take us down to the next cavern lair. Oh, there it is. Curious where it connected. We found another magma pool? Oh, that's interesting. Well, there's one right here. One of the dwarves that was gifted was deaded. Well, things seem to have calmed down a little bit, which is also good. You're going to go nap, Tropic? We'll see you when we see you, dude. And thanks for sticking around long enough to get gifted a sub. A second time, I think. What'd you miss? A couple dwarves have died. A couple ant people died. Arcadia is way higher. You have 8 Monster Hunters petition to join you in like 10 minutes. What is happening? Someone has an open tavern. You must have good beer. Construct building, that's what I was looking for. Got an artifact happening too. So I'm trying to split these two caverns so we can't get critters coming from both ends. Because part of the reason this cavern is so dangerous is because they're transporting themselves between. I'm going to block this off, and then I'm going to seal off that chunk because I want to get all that gold on that layer, and there's a ton of gold on that layer. Really? Yeah, I really hope that they put the inaccessible wagons thing back in, because I want to know exactly why the wagons can't make it in. They should be able to, as far as I can tell. Do you have a temple? Because you have to have a tavern or a temple in order to have those show up. Temple, tavern, or a public guild. It's kind of overgrown. It's nowhere near that overgrown. Just kept checking back to see a pile of dead kids. Yeah, that'll happen. The majestic elk birds. So aside from Felsner's dead body, I can now seal this off. And the next thing I would like to do is place a granite block right there. These dwarves can go back to training. That looks ugly. Then we'll connect these. Oopsies. And then we wait. Let's add all of this into the same burrow. And that. And we wait. Yeah, there's some weirdness happen every now and again with the trade depot where it doesn't seem accessible regardless of being there in the middle of the plains, and even the trader can't get to it. That's weird. Can't say I've had that happen. But yeah, I want to be able to mine this layer because look at all this gold. Sweet. There we go. Well, greetings from the mountain domes, Gobsneck. I'm your liaison. Let's discuss your situation. There is much to share. We've updated your maps. Yeah, it's like I turned the overworld back on again. Weird. Iron bars will be requested. They want powders and windows. I can't really make either of those. Silohelic. Thank you very much for the tier 1 subscription and for the first notification of money in the chat in 2 hours. Much appreciated. Means a lot. Sucks to be this dwarf all alone. Is satisfied at work though. Cavern dwellers. Aw, man. They in the caverns. The lower layers. Whatever shall we do? Aside from ignore them. El Deuterino, thanks for checking out a gift. Webs, you say? The forgotten beast, Etten, a la Saluth the Hub, has come. An enormous three-eyed sauropod. It has 4 long straight horns and a bloated body. Its sky blue scales are oval-shaped and set far apart. Beware its webs. We already have a silk farm. All right, chat, this is your choice. Oh, never mind, it's on the lower layer. Don't need to worry about it. I was about to say, do I fight it or do I let it, or do I just let it fight or do its own thing? Actually, we could very easily catch it. We could try and catch it, but right, not a huge priority right now. Watch it fight the ant people. That's not going to be a fight. That's going to be a massacre. Somebody does have a strange mood, though, so I should follow that. All right, we'll actually get that placed and then follow that strange mood. It's Vervolts who's in the strange mood. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Like, do you understand? I gather everybody understands why I complain about the 3,000 character limit on the map, with the amount of stuff that can happen like this. Plus, each raid is like 200 dudes, and then we get like 6 sieges a year. Like you'll hit that like in 3-4 years. Also, this isn't a bad thing. This is mostly just me observing statistics. But so far, this has been the quietest stream I've done since launch. Vermins don't count, no. No. Those aren't entities. Those are vermin. Those are like their own separate thing. They don't have thoughts, unlike actual entities. The Forgotten Beast, Deslud Disnim, has come. Towering quadruped composed of ash. It has 3 horns, and it also has webs. Where is it? Well, that's Engie Noodle. That one's her friend.
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
So, do you think they put that door in yet? Made a Mist Tavern? Hell yeah. Thanks for watching the tutorials. Oh my god, there is sand in this cavern. Did we get that wall blocked? Please do that. Oh. Currently we can't. Okay, well let's get this wall blockable. What you doing? Solid napping spot there, dwarf. I hope it's comfy. You might. There you go. I was about to say you might want to wake up so I can lock these doors. Free meat, but also so many. You have creepy crawlers. They just keep coming. Hey, man, you're in a popular spot. What can I say? There we go. All right. We can just kind of chill for a little bit. For a little bit. Let's go trade. Creepy crawlers? Yeah, they're literally hand spiders. They're very handy, though. They're very... I like to think of them as kind of like the spider hands from Dark Souls. And to everybody who tells me that searching by X doesn't work, it does, just in trading. Doesn't work in the overall inventory. Does work in trading. See? Search by X. Why is your pump operator a novice schemer? Because obviously in his history he's schemed before. It's like I'm an expert liar. I lie about everything. Even that. And my skill in lying. But I also value the law, so I admit my lies very quickly, like I just did. So they wanted toys, so I made some gold toys. Still sus? Says who? God, Cooler did such a good job on that emote. You want to know what my reference that I sent to Cooler was for that emote? He's just like, do you have a reference for squint? Because I wanted a squinting emote. And I sent him this. And he sent that back. Pretty happy with it. That is, God, we're old. I mean, it was in my memes folder, okay? And then, he sent me this. It's a crypto coin. Get it?
No, 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 no! No!
Should I put that on a mug?
No!
Do you want a crypto coin on a mug? Or a coaster?
You suck.
What? Come on, man!
Coaster, maybe? That good feeling you get from a pile of garbage, classic vinyl, and some of them actually clean up well, and then you put them on a table and they play well. Vervolt's completed the artifact, which is a rock salt statue of a lizard, and offers it to the chunky orb. I was following that artifact, and I saw that he had things, but saw that he claimed the thing. Didn't see that he started it, though. This is a very expensive statue of a lizard. That's pink. The value! It's worth 22,000 Zethal. It's called Gongit Tothor, or Gonit Honor. And it is a rock salt statue of a lizard. All craftsware ship is of the highest quality. This item is a masterfully designed image of a lizard. In rock salt by MoMAs. Also, chat. I was about to say, Cooler has animated emotes that are in my chat, like Bongo Lizard. You might want to use that right now. Somebody translate that. Yes, somebody translate that. It is encrusted with cushioned rock salt cabochons and studded with billin and decorated with sheep's wool and encircled with bands of cave spider silk and round brilliant cut cinnamon glossiers. This object menaces with spikes of copper and cinnamon, and on the item is an image of Asteth, scrapped paddled the dwarf and dwarves in Hazelwood. Asteth scrapped paddle is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Asteth scrapped paddle to the position of king of the constructive orb in the early spring of 229. This emote pack is quite fire. I'm glad you like them. The idea is that people like the emotes enough that regardless of if they continue watching the streams, they say subscribe just for the emotes, right? Like that should be the goal of emotes, and that's always been my goal. I've always wanted emotes that are that tier, if that makes any sense. This is a cool ass little lizard. It's a lizard that's got an image of a dwarf getting kinged. Squid despair. I don't know if I agree with that necessarily. I think that we should put this statue into the middle of this. What do you think? Right there? I never use emotes other than the global ones until you found this channel. I'll be honest, I've always kind of been that way too. I've always been like, I use the global emotes all the time for everything kind of person. All right, so now that this is off, let's see if I can construct these. Because that whole fight started because I sort of accidentally dropped the dwarf down into here. So let's just go through here and like construct our way into the edge of this, basically. Or at the very least, like, as far as up as I'm going to need it. Wanderlust, thanks for chucking a gift at Fem. Mod View's fun, isn't it? Mod View gives you all of the information I have, which is kind of crazy, actually. But what I think I'm going to do for this side is I'm going to put a bunch of musical instruments down here. Cause... yeah, I've got a whole bunch of these things. Looks like a bit of a gong show, but it's a work in progress. Just realized you never installed Better Twitch. Twitch is, to this day, almost unusable without Better Twitch. All right. With the mouse, made you have a bunch of flashbacks to my mouse support joke? I mean, I still play this game with a mouse. And a rubber duck. What is Better Twitch? He doesn't know, chat. It's a browser extension that adds a bunch of extra emotes and animated emotes and free emotes and actually makes the site usable for me. It makes my chat look like this. Lets me change the font. Do all kinds of fancy things. Yeah, it's super useful. I tried using the browser Vivaldi for a brief period of time and then had to stop because it didn't support Better Twitch TV. And without Better Twitch TV, it wasn't usable for me. Light mode? It's an accessibility thing for me. My monitors are all set at minimum possible brightness, so it doesn't look bright for me at all. Some normal people, for some reason, just leave their monitors at 100% brightness and maximum contrast and get all mad when things are bright. Well, yeah, because you have your brightness all the way up. I don't need to compensate with dark mode because I know how to set my monitors up in a way that doesn't hurt my eyes. What's up, Arthur? Hello. How are you? You use dark mode? Okay. Dark mode makes me see spots and makes text almost unreadable. Which is actually why I fucking hate Discord in a lot of ways, is because Discord's light mode is a fucking joke. Like, actually, it's just a straight-up joke. Which is mildly offensive to me. Although, fortunately, it's usable in light mode on mobile, but on PC, their light mode is just awful. I don't know how much I actually have to read, but I'll read the Discord word story. Give me a sec. Maybe there's something. Oh, never mind. There is stuff for me to read. All right, scrolling up. Scrolling up, 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 scrolling up. All right. Oh, I went too far. Shit. Whatever. Best boys donkeys haul fearful children to mountain home where demons teach trading to Crundles for centuries. Insane weather really tickles the heart of the mad lad. Trees flood blinds kitchens when elves demand revenge for chopping their younglings in the open defiance of trees. There henceforth, elves without nature can go jump minecarts over. Hello, behold. Streamer is going to read Sleep Now. Good night. No, we miss isopropyl and alcohol, but also dwarves and poop cannons. Henceforth, I, gremlins, and blind will unite the universe. Therefore, dominion and tyranny suppressed and peaceful brewing beer while smoking cats and hairy tails without proper fat substance. Dynamic lava trips, railgun fire sensors will not work. I'll abate. How do cats and dog do poker games? Try high blind. Why? Anyway. Dark mode elitism does bother the crap out of me, though. I just gotta say, dark mode elitism does kind of bother me, though, because I use light mode as an accessibility feature. And you guys don't need to mock me for, you know, using an accessibility feature. Why are those items yellow? Because they're made of gold! Alright, sure, we'll just buy. I could probably just, can I just mark all? No, actually, I can't. Okay. Don't actually need much from them. Is there anything I actually want from them? Although, to be completely honest with you, Walmart, I'm not sure which items you're talking about, so I assumed you were talking about the puzzle boxes, these that are all yellow? Oh, these, the reason that they're yellow is because that's what they requested, rather. They requested toys, so I made them toys. I don't know about better Twitch, but I use both of them. So to me, I don't actually know what is a better Twitch feature and what is an FFC feature. I have them both installed at all times, so. Yeah, it's like the first thing you do is install a web browser that isn't Edge when you have a new Windows install. Really? Is the value of that actually too low? That's impressive. All right, screw the cheese then. Don't need the thread. Oh, at all. Okay, let's try it. There we go. I overestimated the value. You never knew about Better Twitch? This is one of those things I just assume that everybody knows about. The other thing that I assume that everybody knows about is that if you assign a stockpile as a, if you assign a stockpile as a refuse pile in Dwarf Fortress, items degrade 5 times as quick. So if you make an everything stockpile that includes refuse and all of your items, like, fall apart immediately, that's why. It's one of those things that I just assume everybody knows, even though it really very much is not true. I used to use Opera, and then they redesigned the way their whole homepage looked, and I hated it, and I uninstalled it, and I haven't used it since. Yes, really. Which is, add that to the list of reasons why them giving the advice of making everything stockpile is literally the worst thing that they could do. Never seemed to work for you? Oh, it works! Oh, it works. Happy to help. Not Wick, what kind of dwarf do you want? It's getting easier. There's only 386 people competing for dwarves now instead of like, 500-600. Yesterday was a lot tougher. You like Opera GX? I'm quite happy with Brave. Brave has a lot of nice features that I've never seen in another web browser. Is a medical dwarf available? No, but I probably should make more so I can make one available. I actually do. I have 2, 3. I got a handful available actually. What do you want? I got 3 bone doctors. Beard or no beard? What do you want? Okay, pick your flavor. Bone dock with beard? Cool. We'll give you Aerith then. Yeah, I'm still really curious to see where my stats end up landing. Honestly. Like, I'm really, really curious to know how busy this... Oh no, Ismail died! My militia commander, motherfucker. Well. Yeah, I've been using Brave for like 2 years now. I know some people refuse to use Brave because it's got the crypto stuff tied into it, but my god, it's a good web browser. Anyway, so Nutwick, who needs to be officially added to the doctor's stuff, is very stubborn and is rarely happy or enthusiastic and is conflicted by this as he values parties and the merrymaking in the abstract. He is slow to trust others and doesn't often feel envious doesn't often feel envious of others and doesn't really easily hate or develop negative feelings. Generally is quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and he is pleased by his own appearance and talents, and he tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. Thought I heard the combat sound for a second there. I'll get caught up on chat in a sec. He generally is quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and he is pleased by his own appearance and talents. He tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and he can handle stress. He doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, and he has a calm demeanor, and he doesn't hold on to grievances. He could be considered rude. He holds his breath when he's nervous and often bites his nails when he's trying to remember something. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way and values cunning. He likes Realgar and Nickel Silver and Yellow Jasper and Lorikeet. He's watching a cooking demonstration. And when possible, he prefers to consume perch, char, and artichoke wine and hates fire snakes. I'm going to do a thing real quick. I'm going to add these extra dwarves to orderlies, the ones that are like decent at it. Add a couple more bone doctors, including Nutwick. Master bone doctor, hey? Add another diagnoser as well. Just need a surgeon. There we go. Going on. Loves Nickelback? Somebody has to. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so popular. I'm assuming you just misheard me say and thought I said that. Ain't got no soap. Oh, I know. That's okay, though. We'll be fine. Trust me, up until now, that's been the least of my fort's concerns. I actually had a soap-making industry ages ago, but it fell apart. Stinky? Well, you're here for the very first time. Yep. Angry Salmon 40. I have a no backseating tag, and the first thing you do is tell me something about my fort. I'm just throwing that out there. It's okay. I just think it's kind of funny. But yes, we should make soap. You are in fact correct. Very much so. All right. So, next priority is we're going to get a Mist generator up here. Don't make soap. I mean, whenever somebody tells me what to do, that's like immediately it gets moved to the bottom of the priority list, unless it's something that I'm already actively doing. It's just kind of how my brain works, which is probably not for the best, but. All right, cooler, I'll get on it, sir. They're dancing. Look at that. Soap is an agent of the state. Unfortunately, I don't live in no state. What about dwarves that don't have balls? Also, why is that the first thing you go to? Now, soap is primarily used for two things. It's used for soapy baths, which gives them an extra happy thought when they clean themselves, and they clean themselves with or without soap. Primarily, soap is used for cleaning wounds so that dwarves don't die of infections. What does the mist generator do? It gives them a ludicrously large amount of happy thoughts. Is what it does. How much extra power is this thing generating? Oh, plenty. I can click properly. There's a chair right there. Whoever sits right there gonna be real happy. Can actually go a little further. I'm gonna head off. We'll see you when we see you. We'll be on tomorrow. Tomorrow's gonna be fun though. Looking forward to it. It should let us heat water with lava. You can, if there's water that's one layer below frozen water, it'll thaw. And I think it gives off steam, but it doesn't benefit your dwarves in any way. Like, there's no actual reason to do it, but you can. It's going well, Captain Johnny, and yourself? Oh, I see. I did this one tile off. I'm looking at this. I'm like, why did it no work? It's because I did it one tile off. Scott out of work? Hell yeah. I'm still working. Working right now. Been a long day. But chat's made it tolerable, so that's good. Let's do that. Actually, let's just go all the way down to the bottom. There. You've had some problems understanding the multi-level constructions and building like elevated stuff. Do I have tutorials on that? Not really, because I have no idea how I would tutorialize it. Like, there's a lot of things out there that people ask me how to make tutorials where I just kind of look at that and I go, I have no idea how I would make a video about that. And that's one of those things where it's just like, it's flat Minecraft. Pretend you're playing flat Minecraft. Build stuff. I guess it's like almost I've played this game so long that it's hard for me to figure out how I would explain that to somebody who hasn't. Which is like, kind of sucks, but I guess it's my own fault for playing this game for too long. Yeah, it's top-down Minecraft. It's Minecraft. Yeah, it's like you're planning a Minecraft construction on grid paper. Also, since we're talking about blocks, another fun thing about blocks is if you build walls out of boulders, they're called rough walls, and if you make them out of blocks, they're called smooth walls. Or considered smooth walls. I don't know if it actually changes the name of them or anything. But essentially the difference between those two is if you make rough walls, then... if you make rough walls, then they're very, very, very easy to climb, whereas smooth aren't. Smooth walls are extremely hard to climb. No, you can't smooth them. Because they're walls that are literally made out of boulders. I don't actually know if I have enough. Haven't counted. Ad's about to hit. It's lit. Oh. It's weird that the search function stays there. Yep, Miss Jen indeed. That they weren't impossible, but very, very, very hard to climb. Yes, it is true. It's not. I've seen things climb them. They are in fact climbable. I've seen things climbed over overhangs before, but it's like they basically have to be. They have to have like a cat skill level of climbing, because all cats have a legendary skill in climbing, which is not easy to get. Oh, I actually placed that quite well. One of those things that I had come out of the hidden funds area is friendly. Wait, what? Are you for real that it's friendly? Because that's kind of rad. They just like hanging out in your tavern or something? Cool. That's awesome. I don't see any problem here. Just ran past the entire army and nodded at each other, and they just carried on with their day. Awesome. You got a really cool visitor. I like this game. This game's pretty good. And also, chat, thanks for hanging out, spending time here today. And thanks for coming on this journey with me, you know? I've been streaming this game now for, I guess, 4.5 years, about. Been streaming in total for almost 10. According to a certain stat tracking website, I've streamed about 7,000 hours of this game. It's nice to just have people watching now. More than anything. I've made you laugh harder today than you have in the last few months. Man, I wish I could laugh. Outside of streams. Real hard to do. Watching me instead of Sasha Grey. I don't know who that is, but thank you. Also, 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Thanks for entertaining us and best of making all tutorials.
Cheers, Stokill. I'm certainly not pure nor innocent. I can tell you that for fact. Are we talking about building mist generators while I'm not paying any attention at what your guys are doing? Thing that would look like a were-clown and it was friendly? That's kind of funny. Neither is... Never. Very few people that make it to the age of almost 30 are pure and innocent. Britney Spears? Definitely not pure innocent. Can confirm. I wonder how much power this thing's gonna take. Clearly you've never met him. I outdrank Orange and didn't throw up. Winning. And the crazy thing is, Orange wants to move to my city to have a round 2. I thought I was like 89. I don't know how old my dwarf is in game. Some more dwarves have arrived. The traders have left. No, I'm 28. Which is funny because a lot of people are like, holy shit, you're young. For weed tourism? How do you feel about beer? Because I know of a street that has 8 breweries and 3 dispensaries. 3, I think? I think it's 3. It might be 4. And a pretty decent cigar place, too. It's a pretty good street. It's literally the street where I go to die. For any kind of celebratory reasons. Just turned 31 on the 5th. Well, happy belated. So weird. What, to be past 30? I believe it. There's a bunch of stray animals in the foot. We should eat them. And also, Stokill, thank you very much for the $5. You're very kind. I should probably set up a proper wool industry up here. And also actually take proper care of my poultry. Only 6 or 7? Clearly you've never been to Vancouver Island. That's my actual response to that. Clearly you've never been to Vancouver Island. Why is there so much magma on the surface? Because I put it there. It's how we murder fools. That is fair. Yeah. Also, your dwarf's still alive, Silent Potato. You had to narrow the list down to a few places you absolutely want to try. Yeah, that's fair. That is fair. Child's been missing for a week. I don't know what happened. Yes, you do in fact have a dwarf named Silent Potato. I can't remember if you requested it or if somebody just named it after you. Because this gifting a dwarf feature that we have in this channel now is a little bit psychotic. That one. Who am I gifting a dwarf? What's up, Knight? Joined from YouTube. You're watching the videos. And I happen to be live. You should definitely follow on Twitch for tomorrow specifically, because tomorrow at 2 p.m. Pacific time, which is less than 24 hours from now, Parn Adams is going to be on my stream. So you should show up for tomorrow. But Suited Giraffe, who are we giving a dwarf to? Chat. Tell Suited Giraffe why you should have a dwarf. I do kind of love this, like, new chat culture now where everybody just immediately becomes best friends with the person who selected a dwarf. Frosty McCrusty has fallen into depression. They did ask for the most upset dwarf. Let's go. I mean, dying speed! You got D&D at some point tomorrow. Well, if you can. It'll be fun. Realize that my own replay of my own stream is currently paused. Weird. I wonder how that happened. There's probably... You know, actually, I was thinking about this the other day. I should probably title my... interview and like interview with developer of Dwarf Fortress instead of just talking with, you know, Bay12 Games or something. Like, I wonder how many of the newbies even realize who Bay12 Games is. Yeah, we'll be starting at the normal time, Captain Walmart. Her friendly auto mod calcium crypt? We're giving it to the bot? Okay. Chat. What job do you think the bot does in the fort? Manager? I already have a manager. Yeah, Frazier's the manager. Ooh, I don't even need one, but I should give them the messenger. Yeah, actually, yeah, you're right, Tavern Keeper. I think that you're right, Tavern Keeper. Question chat, does the bot have a beard? We're gendering my bot now. Does my bot have a beard? What do I think about this version compared to the free version? I think the free version needs a lot of work. Bot Def has a beard. Bot has a beard from having to listen to you guys regardless of what's in between the bot's legs, I would say. Smooth Skull. We could do Smooth Skull with beard. Like this one. But my bot voice is Streamlabs. It's got nothing to do with my bot though. Those are two separate installs. Those are two separate pieces of software. Night night, Gobbo. These gifts are stupidly funny. I'm glad you guys like this feature. I mean, it's a setting you have to change, right, Bandy? But it's not in my headcanon, and never will be. So don't you go telling people how their game should be played. I think bearded bot with that's balding. So Flycod, where you at? I mean, everything and anything for chat interaction, right? Although, like, notifications of money are getting infrequent enough that I can be like, chat, round of beers. I'm sorry, what are you doing? I mean, there's no real reason for a round of beers. We're supposed to do that when people throw money at the stream. Like when someone throws bits or gift subs, but... Cheers all the same. I wasn't doing that at all during the big rush of traffic when the game first launched. All right, let's read about the bot. The bot hates harmony, is depression-prone, proud, not inclined to the abstract, values competition, and is easily stressed, adequate cook, and probably an alcoholic, doesn't handle pressure well. Oh. It's frequently depressed after being caught in the rain. I mean, probably fried a bunch of circuits. Has an overinflated sense of self-worth and disdains the giggity. And disdains... Wait, are you stuck? What's going on up here? Trying to attend a meeting. Speedy, thanks for the 5 gift subs. Also, I hope you've been well, dude. Is an overinflated sense of self-worth and dislikes abstract discussions and would much rather focus on practical examples. Cracks easily under pressure and is very trusting. Could be considered rude and generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy and does not go out of his way to help others. He is assertive and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings because he's a bot and has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. Is pleased by his own appearance and talents. Can easily fall in love and develop positive feelings. Often feels envious of others. Okay, hold on a second. Mayor! Quit having tasks. Just be a mayor so that this dwarf can cry on your shoulder. And did I put a bunch of spaces at the end of this? Yes, I did. Not sure how I did that. Is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and tends to think before acting. Needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Personally, can't fathom why anyone would want to live in an orderly society, in an orderly and harmonious society, and sees competition as reasonably important and does not go out of his, and he dreams of creating a great work of art. He likes saltpeter, bismuth, bronze, emerald, and cowhoof, and the color violet, crowns and anvils, and eagle men for their high soaring, and the sound of the amethyst rhythm, and when possible prefers to consume clown loach and fisherberry wine, and hates snails. And just do your assigned tasks. Has a bunch of friends. Is the bot malfunctioning? Probably. Probably. But thank you very much for the 69 cents orange and the 5 gift subs. Bringing us back into the 1,960s of subs. My kind of current goal is to just try and hold at 2,000, but I will be able to do that. Maybe if we hold in the 500 average during peak days, but we'll see. I honestly don't know what the view count of this stream is going to turn into, so it's going to be fun to watch, see where we end up. See where general interest in the game and my show lands in a couple of weeks, months. Yeah, no, you have no idea, really. The main difference now is there's a significantly higher springboard to bounce off for future opportunities, which is nice after so long. You know, people like Speedy. You know, Speedy just checked out 5 gift subs, but Speedy subscribed to, like, was one of the first day 1 subscribers, I think, when this channel got a sub button, and then realized you could subscribe at a higher tier and then subbed at a higher tier, like, it's like either the same day or like the next day or something. All right, let's do that. This is shortly after. Okay, you get a second chest. Congrats. How many dwarves need beds? Quite a few. Gotta make a bunch of bedrooms. Belsner, we'll see you when we see you. Thanks for hanging out. Looking forward to them. The Etten, Surmok, Sausatumux, Zexlex, has come. A giant humanoid monster with 2 heads. I'm gonna place this thingy, or I forget, this slab. God dang it. And let's find this critter. Are you related to the other Ettens? I think it is. It's the eldest son. Or, no, this is, the dad. You carrying anything? Nope, just the water that it's covered in. We killed part of this thing's family before. I'm just gonna tell the dwarves to go stab him to death. We'll see who gets to him first. Apparently, Surmok freeze plays the competitive sport. So do you think he's a competitive sport, or do you think that he is a competitive sport? Because that's a confuzzling question and a half, isn't it? He's about to be a competitive sport. He's 460 nice years old. Be real funny if he just like ran into a army of elves that were about to attack us. Anander! Thank you very much for the year of Prime. All right, so the first dwarf to collide with him is actually Poplio and Zon, who forgot most of his gear back home. I'm seeing blood. Poplio slashes the Etten in the lower arm with her steel short sword, tearing the fat, and stabs the Etten in the right upper arm with a steel short sword, fracturing the bone. A few turns fly by. Poplio proceeds to slash the Etten in the upper body with her steel short sword, tearing the fat. Major Booty! I like that name. Thank you very much for the tier 1. Let's let a few more turns roll by. Any other named dwarves? Nope. Just Poplio. Swords dwarf slashes him. Actually, how's Tosa doing? This dwarf got really heavily injured in that last fight. Got a sore muscle. Has he still got that crutch? This dude's fighting with a crutch. Nope, okay. Jesus! Morning, Raz. I'm awake now.
Missing anonymous bits.
You know, chat, raise a glass to anonymous bits. Because you used to be able to cheer anonymously on Twitch. That meme's almost as ancient as this channel, actually. Fun fact, I set that sound the day bits were activated and never changed it. Yeah, they got rid of anonymous bits like 3 months ago, specifically because people used to use them to harass people with them, which I think is stupid. I think they should have just given us the option to disable them. But, you know, fucking whatever. Anyway, bullshit aside, let's unpause the fight for a few seconds. And, Poplio stabs the Etten in the lower body with her steel short sword, chipping the bone. A ligament has been torn. And the force bends the left knee. But you can still gift subs anonymously, though. They're just not as financially efficient. Whoop, a war dog runs into the fight. He's frail with low stamina. Terrified while in conflict. Vengeful while in conflict. Shoutouts to the war dog. Actually, who owns the war dog? Doesn't actually say. Maybe you're not assigned to anybody. Curious if any of these dwarves have pets. That might have been Doomed, actually. Zon and Vakar. Which one is this? Oh, it's Vakar. So it's Doomed's pet. It's the militia captain. Looks like the Etten's intestines are hanging out. Question is who got the last hit? Let's follow the Etten. See what weapon was used. The militia captain slashes the Etten in the right foot with his steel short sword, and the severed part sails off in an arc. Looks like it was this person. Doomed! Did you lose a nickname? I'd swear that they all had nicknames, chat. Do not like the nicknames thing. It's an annoying bug. Also, quote, if Tyler 1 is insane, you're here all the time. And I want this to hype train, so. This is me, but I'm doing it anonymously. No more need to complain about ads. There you go. Thanks for the 70 cents, Orange. On occasion, like, often enough that, like, I've lost all of my squad's nicknames. Like, every single one of my militia commanders had nicknames previously. And I couldn't tell you what they are. Dr. Phineas, thanks for another 5-pack. Cheers, dude. Narvicious, thanks for the $1. Also, for anybody who's curious about the sub count. Currently sitting at 1969, that brings us up to 1970. Captain Walmart, thanks for chucking out a gift sub. Cold-blooded, thank you as well. Quality fight, I think. I'm going to set these two squads to ready, no orders. Go put on your gear. Relax. Jake the Snake Farmer. Thanks for the 2nd month. Welcome back. I'll be honest. What the fuck is that? I would think it's a Forgotten Beast, but it has no color. I don't actually know what that is. Does anybody know what that is? What lower half of the torso that is? Were creature? I mean, maybe, but like we haven't been attacked by any. I mean, it's definitely legs. Kind of looks like a were-donkey. No, because Forgotten Beasts have no color. It's got to be a were-creature. What the fuck? Weird. I mean, my were-pangolin's right here. Definitely said something about a were-creature? That's concerning. Well, I mean, it might have just been this one. All right, well, let's ignore that and go back to working on this. Chat room, I just wanted to say very much humongous thank you for all of the bits and subs. It's been a wild December, and I can't wait for the rest of January and the rest of the year. Or rather, it was a wild December, and I'm looking forward to this year. I'm gonna have to extend the size of this tavern a bunch. That. And Zed Munch. Thank you very much for the prime. Cheers, friend. Kano, thanks for gifting a sub to Jacob. Can you catch catfish in this area? I haven't tried fishing yet, I'll be honest. Cold-blooded, thanks for gifting out another gift sub. But why catfish specifically? I'm pretty sure there are catfish in Dwarf Fort. There's also cats. Suited Giraffe, thanks for checking out another gift. Fishing is probably the #1 cause of death. One of my favorite moments ever in Dwarf Fortress, somebody in chat asked why I didn't let any of my dwarves fish, and then insisted on being named after a dwarf that could fish. And I agreed, and I gave them a fisher dwarf. And I said that this is going to be the first dwarf that dies in this fort in a while. And they said, nah, they'll be fine. And we watched them walk outside to the fishing area. And then a giant tick de-stealthed from the tree above it, because it was an untamed wilds biome. A giant tick de-stealthed from above it, fell down, grabbed it, bit him, pulled him up into the tree, and left the corpse in the tree. Just shy. If I had to guess, it would need another three or four gift subs will probably do it. Or prime subs, alternatively. I was right. Thanks, Cold-Blooded. Savage indeed, yes. That fort was many things, and Savage was one of them. This works flawlessly. I just need to put water in it. Oh. Apparently I haven't made any grates. Well, that's not very great, but what I can do is I can make this into a pit pond. Except this pond. Now we just need to wait for a dwarf to run over here with a bucket. Did that dwarf die faster than yours did? No, the fastest death that we've had for a dwarf being named was probably the one that we named on like the second week this version was out when I was playing River Dances. And I named them and they walked into the waterfall and froze to death. Like, it was minutes, not even, minutes. That one, like, there was a 10-minute rant about how dwarves are gonna die if they go fishing in this biome and all that stuff. That one was something special, though. I've never had that happen before. Chaos Runner, what kind of dwarf would you want? Oh, nope, not a new zone. Press dwarf found dead. A fisher dwarf? I can tell you right now, there's no fishing in this fort. And also, I'm not going to assign any dwarves to fishing. For a multitude of reasons. Need to wait for another bucket to come dump into here. Although I might have a dwarf with fishing assigned. Let's see. I do actually have a fish cleaner job dwarf, but they won't be allowed to actually fish. And if you want, you know what, screw it. Why not? Labor. You can be a fisher dwarf. All right, you're bad with words and clumsy and patient. Good luck. He has a noticeable lack of perseverance and often feels lustful, has an active sense of humor, and he tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. Also, I should give you an indoor fishing area so that you don't actually die. Although you will go out fish outside first, I think, because you're already going there. Tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others and has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and particularly curious about the world, and enjoys the company of others. He is curious and eager to learn. He is currently more rude and currently more fearless, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of raising a family and personally views competition as a low ideal and not worthy of any respect. He likes gypsum plaster, electrum, and banded agate, amulets, and the words of the bronze rocks, and the sight of the tress of rhymes, and when possible prefers to consume sweet potato and whip vine. And he hates mosquitoes. We let him go fish. The dwarf was requested as a fisher dwarf. 76 years old. Dabbling weaver. Should have been a dabbling dyer. Would have been more fitting. Chat room, thank you very much for the level 4 hype train. Needs like almost $100 in bits or 20 gift subs to level up again. So I just want to say big thank you because I don't think we're going to hit that. Cheers, guys. Means a lot. Military mostly just requires specific skills and personality types. Well, see, dwarves live to be 106, like 150 to 170, so 90 is like 45 for a dwarf. Generally, for military, what you want is you want a dwarf that isn't easily stressed, and you generally want a dwarf that dreams of mastering a skill. Dreams of mastering a skill is usually like the bare minimum. But thank you very much for the 18 subs and the 10,000 set, or the $100.17. No, actually, that's not right. $101.70. Yeah, that's how much that would add up to in bits. Could I repeat that? You got an ad. I'm sorry. Is it over?
A man walks up to the podium, stands in front of the casket, says, "Plethora," and takes his seat. "Thank you," the widow says. "That means a lot."
So, when it comes to military, generally what you want at the very least is mastering a skill. Because if they dream of mastering a skill, which is the one that shows up in the yellow text underneath this menu, then they'll just get happy thoughts while training. But if they dream of crafting a masterwork someday or something, they'll probably get depressed while training because they're not getting to do the thing that they actually want to do with their life. Welcome back, Stone. Dad jokes at this late hour? It appears so. It certainly does appear so. Massive white sidebars? What? Wait, what's wrong with new Wikipedia? I haven't been on Wikipedia in a minute. I just have my own local backup that I check, which just looks like a bunch of text files. I'm going to Wikipedia now. What's weird about Wikipedia? Whoa! Huh. Did they make Wikipedia for phones? We've made a few changes to your reading experience. No kidding. I don't think it's bad. Okay, actually, hold on. I don't hate it. I don't. But it is odd. Starting a new embark and a wave of migrants in the Kingjoy? Really? I love those, like, well, that's random. Guess you live here now. Times. Those are good times. Yeah, I mean, I don't actually hate it. All right, so I can now pause this. And that's our, apparently. What? Are we fighting with a Crundle? How exactly did a Crundle get into the fortress? I don't know. Why am I still hearing Crundle fighting sound? Where is this Crundle? Wait, hold on. Did it really get in the way that I think it did? Okay, I know exactly how it got in. This poor Crundle. Shaken to the core. Can we please just put this Crundle out of its misery? But, so one of these commanders was named Cold-Blooded, and I can't remember what the other one was named. So I'm just going to take a guess, as I know that neither of them died. Trying to remember what the name of the other commander was. If it pops into my brain, I'll rename that dwarf too. Delighted being near a waterfall. That's what we like to see. Relieved being near a waterfall. Pretty solid, I think. You're off to bed, Mez. We'll see you when we see you. Thanks for hanging out today. Have you died yet? I haven't seen you die. Nope, you're still around. You're pissed, though. You want to acquire something. You were relieved being near a waterfall recently. You were lonely being away from family. You were angry dwelling upon getting into some arguments. You've been alive since 224, looks like. Or you've been forming memories in this world since 224. Are you in jail yet? Kids can't go to prison. Although I do have, actually that's not true. Apparently kids can go to prison. Well, kids can commit crimes and have them reported, which was Pablo Rasta, not go to prison. All right, so I'm going to make a dining room for my royal now, which is going to be right here. Isn't that Ironshore? What, the long key? Yes, the long key is in fact Ironshore. Marble. Marble. And marble. But yes, long key is in fact Ironshore. And I always get kind of happy when I see dwarves show up from Iron Shore. Trying to decide what material to use for the walls. Could just go with graphite. Don't know what just happened, so I'll check in a sec. Oh shit, we found Ismail. Not sure how we found it. Maybe the Gorlak found it. Yeah, it seems like the Gorlak found it. Don't know how the Gorlak just told us, but... Your children just became were-camels? Oh no! Camels are brutal. Yeah, you have to force cancel jobs, which is a little tricky to do. There's a few ways to do it, though. You can force cancel jobs by, what's the word I'm looking for here? You can force cancel jobs by going into the tasks screen and ending them. You lost a fort to a were-camel infection? Oh, that's a shame. I'm so sorry. Got a combat report with a giant toad attacking a Gorlak. Gorlaks are a creature with the highest empathy in the game. They have the highest empathy score and the highest, I think it's tolerance score. They're essentially like the kindest creature in the world of Dwarf Fortress. And yes, they're intelligent. Yes, they can talk, and you can play as them in adventure mode. Gorlaks are funky little yellow Mike Wazowskis. They're also naturally talented cooks. Yeah, no, like the thing about Gorlaks is like if you're new to Dwarf Fortress, you kill them on sight because they're a scary creature. But if you've played a lot of Dwarf Fortress, you kind of love them. I think it's kind of funny that they put the statue of the elf on the mud pile. That's funny. I was gonna remove that mud, but now I'm not going to, because I think it's really funny. Okay, so the Duke of Sizzletongs gets this space. Can we enslave him? Dwarves don't... Do I need to open up the Dwarven Ethics page again? Come on. That is unthinkable. Dwarves would never, ever enslave a creature. Enslave sentience? It's unthinkable. Unthinkable. I think it's unthinkable. It's either unthinkable or capital punishment. One of the two. That is a crime against dwarf kind. How do you remove mud? Deconstruct and reconstruct the floor. That's usually how I do it. It's not the only way to do it, though. Yeah, only humans or goblins would do such an unthinkable crime. Actually, the ethics page is one of my favorite pages on the Dwarf Fortress wiki. I hope the Dwarf Fortress wiki has been fixed, by the way. It was being edited by some shitty people earlier today. Ooh. There's some pink windows. No, that's glass. I want gems. Do a fortification right there so that some of the mist can come through. You love doing those glass windows and temple entrances? Yeah. There's a lot of really cool things you can do for your forts to make them look neater. Do graphite doors. It's just a kid playing in here. A force that is both dark and vile has arrived. And they actually attacked this time. It's pretty small. We'll follow them.
Yay, vile force.
Flappy Turd! Welcome back for the second month. It's more like a vile force of smallness. Did I ever attach those center drawbridges? I can't actually remember. Oh, fuck, I certainly did not. Okay, so do you think this is going to be like the last time, chat, where one arrives, two arrives, and then there's 5 sieges here all at once? They can see through glass windows. I don't know about gem windows. They've been able to see through glass windows for a while, actually. As far as I know, anyway. Because I've managed to resurrect stuff with necromancers through glass windows, so I was just kind of assumed they could see through those. Let's go over here. Chat, get those lava icon emotes ready. Because we're going to need a bunch of them. When you breached the caverns in your current fort, all of your dwarves flooded to gather vermin remains. While you were freaking out, you saw a combat log pop up that someone was fighting a giant olm. First thing you see in the combat logs, traitor punches giant oh no, olm in the nose and it explodes into gore. Poor olm. Olms are cute. Uh-oh, well, this ain't good. Well, only one of them made it in, so I guess that's for the best. All right, squaddies, go stabby this guy to death, please. Snatcher, think of the children. Well, okay, these guys made it in too. All right, we'll send the second squad to go deal with these guys. Three of them. They ran away screaming. It's fine. Bunch of pansies. Go get him, Joe. Well, one gobby dead. So now we find out if this thing works. Oh, shit. Where are you connected? Let's see how quickly this flows. I appear to have only caught like 3 of them. That's fine. It's not a big siege anyway. Which means this is going to be some super duper 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 overkill. Now we just wait. All right, well, the drain is shut. This doesn't look scary. Water's more deadly than lava. Uh-huh. You're going to bed now? Good night, Bastard. Is anybody doing the thing? Nobody pulling the goddamn lever. I mean, we got the important one pulled, so that's what matters, but... Nope, literally nobody's pulling the lever. Oh, never mind, somebody already pulled it. Doesn't look scary, eh? Does that look scary? Nah? What do you think? Indeed. See, this is what it was supposed to do the first time. But it didn't work super effectively. Now it's working. I mean, it's still a little on the slow side, but... a little bit slow. It's much faster than last time, though. And they're just like, oh my. He was uneasy dwelling upon seeing an elf's dead body. He's just like, uh-oh. So, I've had a weird day. But you're never going to end up how I'd ended up like this. Burn, 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 burn! I mean, I too would be petrified by this. Well, been a rough day for this goblin, methinks. You're probably wondering how. Did he just... I love how they always do this. They catch fire and then they vault the wall. Like... do they, like, use it to swim up? That's what they must be, like, literally swimming through the lava. Like, look at this. Does he swim? Bit late when you're on fire. I know, right? But like the elves did this the last time. They just stood still next to the wall, and then when they got touched, let's see if this one vaults the wall. Okay, this one doesn't. How about you? Dwarfs. See? Oh my god, he made it! Do you think the other one gave him a leg up? And now he's just like, oh god, there's fire everywhere. I didn't even kill the siege. There's still technically a siege on the map. That's fine. We can just kind of ignore them for a bit. Probably start this draining, yeah. Oh yeah, I'm sure the wildfires will be on our side. Oh no, there's vomit in the tavern. Is that what the combat sounds were for? Might have been a little tavern brawl. All right, chat room. I'm gonna be honest. We've been streaming for 10 hours and 40 minutes. And I got some paperwork to go through to prep for tomorrow. So, I gotta say, I think it's time for us to save before another siege happens. We will be picking up this save tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Pacific. It's currently 7:45. So in like 13 hours, I'll be live again. It's time for you guys to say goodbye, YouTube. Say goodbye, YouTube. Unless you don't want to. But tomorrow at 9 a.m. Pacific, Tarn Adams, or not at 9 at 2 p.m. Pacific, Tarn Adams will be on the stream, the programmer of this here video game, and we're going to be doing a Q&A. There is still time right now if you want to send in a question. I'm going to start going through them in about 40 minutes after I eat dinner. Type in !interview